paradox, right? The people that have it the worst think that they don't need any help. The people that don't really need help go seek it. It's the same thing I say about advice. When anybody asks me about advice, like, oh, how do I get ahead and be number one? I'm like, well, the fact that you're interested in getting ahead and being number one means you're gonna probably do it.
Sure.
Whereas it's the person that doesn't ask how do I get ahead and be number one, that's the person that really needs the advice on how to get ahead and improve.
Oh, sure. I don't know how you feel about college, but I always say the same thing as a college dropout, of course. I always say the same thing when people in chat, they'll ask me, like, hey, like, I want to go into computer programming, but, like, I need to know, like, do you think I should go to school or not? And I always feel like if you have to ask, the question is, yeah, you probably should. Because if you know you didn't need to, you'd already be working on enough stuff that it wouldn't be a question. You'd be, like, too busy for it. But, if you've got questions
Yeah,
like that, yeah, it's probably, yeah, there's nothing wrong with it.
that
But
no, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it's kind of the opposite of my point, but it's definitely I mean, there's no one rule, right? Like, so I think that's right. What you just said is totally right.
So you've had a decent amount of, oh fuck, there's so, okay, so I've got to ask, okay, so um, we're similar in some regards in that I'll never admit this till the day that I die, but sometimes you look back and you're like, fuck, maybe I shouldn't have said that thing. Do you
I
yeah,
admit that.
yeah, I'm curious,
I admit that
in looking back at speeches for Congress, the Hillary Clinton hair stuff, are you at a point to where you'd be like, fuck, I shouldn't have said that, that was stupid, or like, damn, I should have just fucking turned it down a little bit right here? Do you have a feeling for any of that, or are you just like, yeah, fuck it, whatever happened happened?
Yeah, no, it's a really tough question. Like, I think you can regret things being without compromising your individuality, right? Like, I just think you should never really be ashamed that you thought something. But I think you can be ashamed, not ashamed maybe, but regret kind of the way you delivered something, or the way you just kind of approach something.
Sure.
And just learn and improve. I don't, as long as I think that the world can be too cruel and difficult and unreasonable and things like that, and you shouldn't get kind of like too bent out of shape over what might happen. So I'm not sitting here being like, oh, I'm like gonna sit here and cry about the Hillary Clinton thing. I really don't care. It's just that I wrote meta problems instead of meta platforms, and the company's name is Meta Platforms. So talking to you, I subconsciously wrote meta problems.
Nice.
Which I have plenty of meta problems, but jokes aside, yeah. So I think, like, as long as you can be, you can learn and think that a little bit more clearly and a little bit better, like, and that's what one of these programs was really useful for, is to be able to get back and again, not be embarrassed, but ask yourself, where are some of these feelings coming from, or is this leading to what I want out of life? There's a lot of basic questions like that, and yeah, being an angry outburst type of person is not going to get you where you want what you want out of life. It's okay to feel that way. I think it's just you have to ask yourself, is this really going to be conducive to my the way I want to feel, the way I want to act, the way I want to, etc. So, like, I think we just all have to watch how we immediately react to things, and not react in the moment, just kind of contemplate a little bit. So slow down your thinking, don't automatically kind of jump in and react, think a little bit. All those things are all kind of good advice. And the internet encourages us to be reactionary. The internet encourages us to flip out and get likes and get views, and it sucks. I mean, it's something we have to sort of battle. And I think we don't have a lot of issues in this country. People pretend that we do, but I think one of the issues we have in this country is sort of that self-promotion. Everybody's supposed to be a celebrity or a superstar, and it's just really not.
How old are you? Just curious.
39.
Okay, I'm 33. So you're even a little bit more than I am. It's really weird to think back on it, but like, I would say even as a 33-year-old, like when I was a kid, the internet didn't really exist. Like, it kind of did, but nothing. Like back when I was a kid, the most internet you got was like Yahoo chat rooms when you were playing like chess and checkers. So yeah, it has been interesting. I remember even joking, like, I think it was like 6 or 7 years ago, if you wanted to do what's called like IRL streaming in real life, if you walk around with a phone outside, you know, everybody's gonna look at you like you're a fucking weirdo. But then in like 3 or 4 years, like that changed such that nobody even looks anymore because everybody's like taking pictures of themselves. They've all got selfie sticks. They've all, like, you just kind of like blend right in, as weird as that is, because everybody, yeah, wants to be, I guess, the next Instagram influencer or YouTube star or whatever, you know?
Yeah, they say that kids, when people ask kids what do they want to be when they grow up, they don't say astronaut, scientist, or doctor. They say YouTuber.
They want to be a narcissist. Yeah. Unironically, yeah. Jeez.
That's really funny. Yeah, that's what they want to do. It's
The-
all about me, mommy. It's
Yeah.
all about me.
So,
Yes, it is, sweetheart. Yes, it is.
I don't know if you're the same. Do you like, do you have to constantly be like plugged into shit, like looking at your phone, on Twitter, on the computer? My next question is going to be like my biggest fear for ever being confined in an area like prison would actually be that I would just like go like bored out of my fucking mind. Do you feel the same way, or how do you like entertain yourself for so long?
No, I mean prison detoxes you from that for sure. You know, there's no doubt that you get seriously detoxed from needing to be on a computer because you just don't get one, you know, and that's just the way it is. There's no real kind of. That's it, you know.
Yeah,
so,
okay, well, I guess it is what it is. You have to either survive or die. Yeah.
You have to wean yourself off of that.
Coming out, because I was looking at your stream, obviously somebody linked me. So you're writing down some tickers. Are you like, are you allowed to like trade publicly, or like do you have restrictions based on what you could talk about in terms of like trading, or yeah, how does that work?
Not really. I mean, I have certain restrictions, but you know, they're not meaningful for streaming or anything.
Gotcha. Without getting without getting too big into this kind of work, I'm so curious. Do you have a macro view of GME and everything that happened? Do you have any opinions on that, or?
Yeah, actually. Sure. I'm happy to answer that. Let me just glance.
Yeah, take your time. No rush. You're good.
Quick. So I found a discrepancy, and I'm pretty sure I made it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, GameStop is oh yeah, people are asking if that's you, the real you. It is.
The one and only.
It is. I don't know how to like make just you and me the stars of this, but I don't know.
Are you using OBS or?
No, I'm using Google. I'm talking about Google.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Well, I can swap between you and me. So when I'm talking, it'll be me, and when you're talking, it'll be you.
Gotcha.
GameStop is a little bit of a weird phenomenon. I think, you know, you have this like, oh, it's a long story. I've told it once. Back in the day in Wall Street, there used to be a thing called cornering, and this was before the SEC really existed. And so, I'll make a GameStop model real quick. So cornering was basically when a bunch of people got together and decided they were gonna like fuck a stock up, in non-technical terms, meaning they were gonna like send it to the moon, and anybody that got in the way was gonna have to fucking pay. And it's illegal, obviously. You know, it's market manipulation basically. And the SEC made a couple of rules that stop you from doing that. The first one is the 13G, 13D rule. So you have to sort of disclose that you own more than 5% of a company, and that kind of stops the quote-unquote corner right in its tracks. You can't corner a market if you can only buy 5% of it, right? Mm-hmm. And the 13G rule is not that you can't buy more. You can. You can buy 100% of a company, but you have to at least tell the markets that you've bought more than 5% of a company, and that takes that puts the market on notice that like something's up.
Sure, some sort of quarterly filing or something, I imagine. Yeah.
Well, it's funny because once you do 5%, now you're on even more high alert. Where after 10%, you have to file every single transaction you make.
With
So if
that particular company or all of them?
no, just that, yeah, just that one
Okay,
company.
gotcha.
So that's sort of what makes that's what makes sort of the market's fair, because people can see, okay, well, this person's just buying all the stock. And generally with corners, the person doesn't have the money to buy the whole company, because it's pretty hard to buy the whole company that's publicly traded.
Yeah.
And if you were legitimately trying to do that and not just manipulate the stock, you can make an offer for the company, and there's a process. Twitter just did it with Elon Musk, right?
Yeah,
so
you're not just buying stocks or something, right?
yeah, you're not buying stock just to kind of confuse people and trick people into buying it. So that was made illegal. And again, there were a lot of high profile situations of corners that sort of made it clear that the FCC needed to act, and it's good that they acted. As much as I don't like regulation, it's smart that they acted. So anyway, yeah, I have to block this guy. Sorry, he keeps trying to infiltrate this chat. Let me see. I can block him. How do I do that? So anyway, so GME is a distributed version of what they banned in what happened in the 1900s and 1920s, and what the SEC banned in the 1930s, which is really funny because, like, it's a really, like, bizarre kind of dynamic, right? Hold on, let me try to ban this guy, block this guy. Let's see, remove and abuse. There we go. Okay, that should work. We'll let him come back there. So anyway, so this is sort of a distributed version of what happened 100 years ago. Like, you used to have a, so like, let's say you and I bought 1% of a company, and we encouraged 80 other people to do the same. You sort of have made a distributed corner, which is technically not illegal, right?
I imagine there's got to be some, like, if the SEC could prove some coordinated attempt there, right?
Right,
yeah.
Right. No, so there is a thing.
Difficult.
Absolutely right. So there is a thing from the 80s called wolf packing. So in a wolf pack, that's exactly kind of what I described. Because there's a 5% limit, you and I would buy 4.9%, and together we own 9.8. And then I get Mo, and I get a couple other people, and all of a sudden we own 20%, and not a single one of us is disclosed. So, because we're all under that 5% threshold. So that's called working in concert, which informally is called wolf packing. And, you're forming a wolf pack, basically, right? That's kind of like secretly buying the stock. And so wolf packing is distinctly illegal. It's not policed. It's very difficult to obviously prove. They can kind of try to get a sense for, it. If they feel like something's going on, they'll issue some subpoenas and try to figure it out. But here on Wall Street Bets, nobody's buying 1% of GameStop. People are literally buying million people are buying 0.001% of GameStop. But that's still enough to buy, the whole company. So, and to quote unquote moon the stock, because let's say you bought GameStop at 20. Well, if I buy it at 40, I kind of can benefit, right? You benefit from me buying, and then the next guy buys it at 60, and we both benefit from him buying, and then it just goes up in infinity. In fact, let's say this keeps going until you're at the stock's at 300, right? And you're up at you bought at 20, so it's at 300. So instead of selling, because you want to keep this perpetuated, right?
Yeah, of
you
course.
Go ahead and
you don't want to be the bag holder, right? Yeah.
Well, no. That's exactly. You don't want to be the bag holder, but let's say you're really into this whole diamond hands, as they're calling themselves, Wall Street Bets phenomenon, and you bought the stock at 20, it's at 300. You're up 100. You're up 15x.
Okay.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, your broker can actually give you margin now, right? Because your account, let's say you bought 1,000 shares, you went from a $20,000 account to a $300,000 account. Well, there's nothing to stop you from taking your brokerage margin, which is $150,000, and buying even more stock.
Sure.
So, you know, you now can participate in the cornering. If you had to pay cash, you couldn't really do that. So using margin, you can keep pumping it up. So it's a really kind of scary thing. And GameStop was, usually the market figures itself out and like there's no long-term damage or whatever. But this is a weird situation where people can kind of ahead of time agree that they want to manipulate basically a stock. And I've never owned a share of GameStop in my life, full disclosure, nor would I necessarily want to. You know, there's this sort of kind of scary thing that there's nothing any regulator can do to stop, you know, this en masse manipulation.
Oh, okay. I understand now more what you were talking about.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. When I initially, what you're talking about is actually super interesting. What I was initially curious about was, like the whole, the conspiracy, well, I shouldn't say conspiracy, I don't know your opinion on it, but the idea that there was like big collusion between Robinhood and Citadel and the closing the trade or whatever. You're talking about this other idea of what if you have a forum full of people that aren't really like in a sophisticated manner coordinating to corner a stock, but it ends up happening anyway. Like, what do you do about that? That's actually a super interesting question. Yeah, because you can get a group of people like Wall Street Bets or some sort of like investment forum where people are able to, arguably, if you believe in the concept of overinflating a security, right? They can make it worth way more than it probably should be.
Right, and
but how
there's
do you
no
even deal
doubt.
with it? Yeah. Yeah, there's no doubt that GME is absolutely overinflated to the moon. As much as they'll post about like they're getting into NFTs, like that security is like 20x or whatever over. Yeah. That is interesting, though. Well, I'm curious. Yeah, because it is a problem that nobody talks about. Well, because obviously it's too complicated for the media to care, and the people that are doing it don't want to feel like anything wrong is happening. But yeah, I guess, do you think anything should be talking about that, or what do you think about that phenomenon? That theoretically any random security, even of a decent-sized company, could be driven to the moon and would. I mean, if anything's artificial, right? This would be it, right? Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah. So I'm just turning off my video because this dude keeps spamming, so I can't.
Oh yeah, you're fine.
I can't stream video, so everybody can thank him for that. But I think, yeah, I mean, you know, there's a lot of, I don't know, you know, I think there's how should I put it? It's a really bizarre situation, and it's especially bizarre because the company isn't really worth much.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, it's a really, really difficult, you know, dynamic. And, you know, I could, you know, the whole Citadel thing, like every market maker and every like stock brokerage trading firm like needs to sort of have some kind of business to stay, you know, to generate revenue. So like they're obviously, Robinhood is in a situation where they need revenue because they have a business model that doesn't really have fees and things like that, so they need some way to generate, you know, revenue. So it's sort of like a really sort of tricky dynamic for them. You know, they have to.
Do you believe that like payment for order flow is like unethical? Do you have any strong opinions on that, or?
I think as long as it's disclosed, you know, you have the choice to be the customer. You may decide whether or not that, you know, your order flow is valuable or not valuable, right? If I was a small investor, I wouldn't care. If I was a big investor, I'd care. You know, I'd say, wait a second, I don't want somebody
front run me some weird
yeah,
shit,
exactly, right? Yeah. So, you know, and if you don't like it, don't open your brokerage account there. You know, the capitalism will work itself out where people will say, no, I demand a firm that won't do that, then you'll find a firm that won't do that.
Do you think in general, bit of a more, I guess, a moral question maybe, do you think that frictionless trading is a good thing for like the average retail trader? Or do you think this is something that maybe we should move away from?
I mean, I don't know exactly, but like, I think that there's, you know, I think for the average person, it's probably better than not. I think, you know, the trick of investing is that it's not easy, right?
Sure.
And, you know, that's the thing that everyone sort of gets upset about. It's really difficult. You know, there's a really great hedge fund this year. It's down 50%. You know, they're really, really smart people, you know, super like bright, some of the best people on Wall Street. And yeah, they're down 50% because, you know, the shit is hard.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can't really like just will your way to make money. And some years are going to be good, some years are going to be bad. And if you're an amateur investor, it's going to be really tricky. You know, it's People just assume.
True.
Yeah, people just assume. Hang on a sec. Let's see.
Crazy that he got in here. I didn't even see him.
I don't even know who that was.
Gotcha. Okay, so no real opinion, one way or the other. I guess
Not really.
Yeah. So for you, do you find that, like, are you recognized a lot when you're doing anything? Like if you're at an airport, or do people see you? I imagine the reaction to you is probably almost overwhelmingly negative. Like, how do you deal with that?
No, it's not negative. It's
No?
it's just positive. Yeah.
Really?
I guess you have an active imagination.
Oh, okay. I would have imagined, I guess, because of everything I see media-wise, you're like you were you're the pharma guy that tried to murder cancer kids or whatever, right? Basically.
Yeah. No, I got like thousands of letters in prison. They're all positive. I got like three hate mail, three pieces of hate mail in 5 years.
Gotcha.
So yeah, it was. I think that you have a distribution versus intensity problem. So
For sure.
Yeah, 80% of people. I think last survey we did was like 70% of people don't like me, but on a scale of 1 to 10, their conviction is like 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the 30% of people that do like me, their conviction is more of an 8 or 9.
Makes sense.
So it ends up getting more net love than net hate, but it's I mean, what can you do? Again, it's not my job to worry about it, think about it too much. But yeah, when people recognize you, invariably they want like a selfie or whatever.
Gotcha.
Man, weed is legal here, so I just smell it everywhere. It sucks.
Where do you say what state you're in, or?
New York.
New York. Okay, gotcha. Do you live in the city, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm living in a halfway house right now because of the restrictions I have. I have to like live out of this weird place. A lot of prisoners have to do it, even though there's no reason I should be living in a halfway house. It's really frustrating.
How long are you stuck there for?
Hopefully not too much longer.
Okay, it's not bad. What do you want to do afterwards, I guess? Like, do you want to leverage everything that's happened into some sort of other public-facing image? Are you done with that? Do you want to kind of like fade away, or what, like from the public eye for a while? Like, how do you feel about that?
I think the same thing I was doing before. I never intended to sort of be in the public eye.
Mm-hmm.
So there was no explicit kind of goal for me to kind of be famous or something like that. It just sort of happened by accident. And I think if you become successful enough, there's not much you can so not much you can do to there isn't much you can do to sort of fix it. It's just, change it. Like there are people that have wanted to be anonymous and they just don't ever get that chance because
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at like Rittenhouse, I don't know how much you follow all that stuff.
Sure.
Like, he's trying to
Keep hating
leverage
your life, then,
everything that
working
happened to
class
do like
Andy.
more kind of like public-facing stuff.
Yeah.
And then I'm sure there are people that get public and they're like, I don't want this, so they like explicitly take a very far step back to try to avoid any limelight type stuff. I don't know if you have like a strong feeling one way or another. Or...
Yeah, most just indifferent. I mean, I think happy if people ignored me, happy if people didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Just there's some benefits to having some public sorry, I just don't know how to use this software. Trying to make it so that nobody host management. Sorry about that. Got too many trolls. Yeah, so what the heck were we talking about? Yeah. So I mean, there's some benefits to having a public, quote unquote, facing a public face, but there's also a lot of drawbacks, obviously, and you just have to balance those and get the best out of something without getting the worst out of something.
Are we getting a Shkreli NFT rug pull soon?
No rug pull. I don't rug pull.
Okay.
Rug pull is for people without money who need money desperately. That's not me.
I guess you've kind of been away for that the explosion of like the NFT and the crypto shit kind of as of recently, yeah?
I mean, I've been watching it from jail.
Mm-hmm.
maybe even participating in it. Who knows?
Do you feel, so this is kind of an odd question, but I guess it's a feeling I have, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's different because it's federal prison. I feel like if I was in prison, I feel like I'd be around a lot of people that I'm normally never seeing or interacting with normally.
That's probably true for you. I have a unique situation because I'm from New York City, and I grew up in kind of a lower income neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
So that type of person isn't new to me.
Okay, gotcha.
You know, whereas
so no huge,
and in New York,
culture shocks or whatever.
yeah, nothing gigantic. A little different for sure, but you know, nothing totally crazy. I mean, it wasn't my day to day for the last 20 years or 15 years or 10 years maybe, but if you live in New York and you take the subway, you live in New York and you know, like you just get exposed to a lot of different types of people, and you know, it's not that surprising. If you're from a really small town or you're from a country club kind of like lifestyle, you know, yeah, it can probably be pretty fucking nuts.
So you said that the therapy stuff was, I guess, a little surprising in that it was something that you felt like you benefited a lot from it. Is there any other part of the whole experience that I guess was kind of surprising, that you didn't expect this to be this way? And it was either a lot more positive than you thought or a lot more negative than you thought?
Good question. Jail was a lot noisier than I liked. So like it was really like the amount of people who just, you know, literally didn't give a shit about, you know, their neighbors, you know, like there's just no politeness whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
That was like really frustrating. There's not much you could do about it, obviously, unless you want to start fights all the time.
Sure.
You know, so that was like, you know, just a sort of like ridiculous, like really frustrating experience. Real noisy place.
Is that even true, like after, like when they, I don't know if they do like lights out at 10 or whatever, are people making noise
yeah,
throughout
none
the
of that
night,
stuff
or?
really, yeah, none of that stuff helps.
Gotcha.
Yeah, really frustrating. And like, you know, there's just like people, you know, autism is like, you know, one way people think about autism is you know, you can't put yourself in somebody else's shoes,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so like, it's not quite autism obviously in this case, but it's very much like either you can't or you won't, you just don't care, you know?
Yeah, very
it's just,
inconsiderate.
yeah, really inconsiderate. So what can you do? So that was one piece. Again, not a huge complaint, just because, you know, it's prison. Like, what do you expect? Yeah. I mean, what can I say? I mean, that was a little bit frustrating. You see a lot of people that just couldn't read and write or had zero understanding of anything outside of their immediate world. So like I'd ask one guy one time, I asked a table full of guys, I said, can you guys name one famous artist? And they couldn't.
Uh-huh.
And I said, can you name one philosopher from history? No go. I'd ask them stuff sometimes like, who are the Beatles? Or like something like, you know, really like pop culture-y, and it was just like blank stares, you know?
Is there like, when you get in, is there like a celebritydom to you being in there, or is everybody just, as soon as you got the uniform on, you're all kind of like the same shit? Like, do people treat you differently because of the TV stuff and everything, or like, what is that like?
Yeah, it was pretty different for me, unfortunately. It was just a lot of like the same things, like sycophantism, you know, kind of, you know, there are certainly people that didn't give a shit, but I'd say 90% of people were like, oh yeah, you're the guy, oh man, it's so nice to meet you, or damn, you that dude, what about the Wu-Tang, you know?
Did you ever get anybody threaten you over releasing the Wu-Tang album? I
No,
still don't know if that's a real thing or just a fucking troll. I have no idea. Do you exclusively own an unreleased Wu-Tang album, or is that just like a fucking meme?
Yeah, so it's a long story, I guess. Let me try to see if I was gonna play some of it right now, but I have to find a way to digitally do certain couple things here. I probably can't. Let me see. Yeah, no, so I bought a one-of-one Wu-Tang album some years ago. Physical copy of that album was sold, which I'm very happy about. I retained some digital copies, so
Gotcha.
it was a really unique
I heard that,
situation.
and there's so much rumors, so I when it comes to media stuff, I don't believe in anything unless I like actually 100% verify it. But I've heard people say that like you had to sell it as part of the settlement stuff or that the DOJ made you, do you still retain like exclusive rights to that album, or?
I don't think so. The album was weird. There was no exclusive rights, so to speak. It was a really like complex, really complex kind of situation. But
Okay.
yeah. But regardless of how that went down, I did sell the physical copy to finish paying the government. I could have sold other assets or paid in cash, but I decided because of the NFT boom, there was an opportunity to sell something for a higher price than I normally would get. So I paid 1.5 and sold it for 2.3. So I was pretty happy to dump it at the better price.
Sure.
Because again, the NFT thing like spiked all collectible values, like Magic cards, baseball card, everything went up. That anything collectible went up like crazy. I was like really thrilled to, because I was looking at, I thought I was going to see a big loss on this thing. I bought it for 1.5, so I figured I actually thought I would get 500,000 out of it at best. And so to get 2.3 was a huge reward. I was really surprised when somebody else paid 4 million. That was really surprising.
To the guy that bought it from you? Yeah, okay, that sucks, yeah.
Yeah, he flipped it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that was brutally annoying, but what can you do?
Was it for prison life? Is it super tribal, or is everybody like pretty chill, or they like their own like it's more atomized, or what? Are you like joining groups or?
Yeah, it's group based. There's definitely a really clear sort of method that's evolved. It's kind of like what do you call it when something kind of self-organizing behavior. So there's this whole system, sort of car system basically. The car is your group, so the car is sort of like a I don't know if it's the word clique or gang or what is best.
Tribe maybe, yeah.
Yeah, tribe. Yeah, and it's weird because it's you can be in several cars at once. So for example, I was in the white car, which I'm automatically in. You can't not be in it. Like you can't be like, no, I withdraw from this car. Like it doesn't work that way.
For white, is that like for federal prison, are white people a big minority? Is it like even-ish, or
no? It's about a third, white, black, Hispanic.
Okay, gotcha.
But each jail is different, so you can have some jails that are as much as 50-60% one race, and that can cut every single way. So like in California, Hispanics are very Latinx community members, I should say, are predominant. In certain places white people, in certain places it's black people, so it's all different. So yeah, you automatically are like drafted to your race car immediately. Like there's just no arguing that, for better or worse. I have some funny stories about that as well. One time I kind of resisted that.
Resisted what? Identifying as a white person or what?
More or less, yeah.
Like as a troll or just or what?
No, I just really didn't like the whole race thing, like I was, because like my whole room was black dudes and I was very like cool with them, like I didn't, and this dude was just this like weird southern racist guy was like, yeah, we gotta stick together, you know what I mean, man, it's important that we got each other's back. Me and the wolves here, we'll watch over you. And I was like, dude, I don't need you to watch over me. He's like, listen, you're new to prison, brother. When shit hits the fan, they only see one thing. You're either white or you ain't. And I'm like, get away from me. What the fuck? Yeah, and this dude was just like weirded me out. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to take my chances with my roommates, man. I'm sorry. Because so that's sort of the second part of it was the where you're from is really important. So if you're from New York, you're sort of automatically drafted in the New York car. If you're from DC, you're in the DC car, et cetera, et cetera. So there's this real like territoriality of like all this, and the most important part that I'm not going to mention, or that I didn't mention yet, is this shot caller. So the shot caller is the head of the car. Okay, and so
is that a term you're using, or do they refer to it as cars?
It's widely, yeah.
Okay,
I wouldn't use, I would call it a click or something, but yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
The shot caller system is evolved across prisons to basically make them run smoothly. So it's a form of pseudo-government or proto-government where, let's say you were in, for whatever reason, you were in the Philadelphia car and I was in the New York car and I had a real problem with you for some reason. I wanted to fight you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I could be crazy enough to just fight you. You know, that's happens every day, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, a smarter thing to do, I might go to my shot caller and be like, listen, I'm gonna stab Steve, you know, or Destiny. I hate him.
Mm-hmm.
He did this and that to me, and I'm gonna stab him. So the shot caller has a few choices there. He might put his arm around me and say, look, don't do that. You know, you're just gonna make things crazy. You're gonna do 6 months. If you really get in the shoe, which is the whole special housing unit, or solitary confinement, basically. You're gonna do 6 months in the hole, and you're might get a new charge if he gets really hurt. You know, you can actually get charged for assault or worse. And then his car, the Philly car, is gonna come at us. And, you know, I'm cool with the Philly car. See if there's another way that we can sort of set this up and not, you know, have a bad situation unfold.
Gotcha.
Or he might be like, all right, that guy has it coming to him. Go get Spanky, you know, Stay High, and Flacco, and we're all gonna go get him at midnight. You know, something like that. And you know, it could range from anywhere between A to Z. And the shot caller kind of runs the car, disciplines within the car as well. So like, if let's say I was the shot caller and you were in my car and you stole something from the Mexicans, I would actually have the responsibility of disciplining you because you could really start a war.
Fuck everything up with everybody.
Yeah. So like, I would actually have to beat you up with other guys in the car, like, which would be, you know, it's obviously pretty awkward because we're supposed to be sort of also protecting each other. We wouldn't necessarily beat you up. We may discipline you in some other way, but the biggest discipline you can have is quote unquote sending somebody up top, which means that we're checking somebody in. It's another phrase. So basically, we would ask you to go to solitary confinement. Voluntarily.
How do you get? Can you just volunteer for that, and then the official prison system? Gotcha. Interesting.
Yeah, you basically say that you fear for your safety, and that you gotta go.
Gotcha.
The prison has no choice but to say, okay,
Interesting.
we'll put you in there.
There's I don't know how true this is, obviously, because I'm only going off one, but I have a friend who does documentaries, and in some of the places she was at in Mexico, it kind of reminds me of this. She'll tell me that like there are certain lawless places where the police aren't in many areas that are some of the safest places for white people to be, because it's all cartel ran, and if any white tourist gets killed there, the cartel will fucking murder anybody that's involved, because it fucks up there. Yeah, because no tourists will come in and everybody will get. So it kind of reminds me of that you have like these like shadow economies, shadow justice systems that are self-reinforcing, because if shit starts to get fucked up, I imagine like if two cars get into something because of some members and everybody starts like beating each other up or killing each other, the police will get involved, and now everybody's super fucked and unhappy with the situation.
Yeah, and you know people like their routine. Mm-hmm. So if the routine gets broken up into a place where now I'm in the shoe for 6 months because you stole something from some other guy,
everybody's unhappy.
Come on, dude. Yeah, and we can't the code is kind of like, most of the time is we can't not protect you, like especially if you're kind of like, the most important thing is you have quote unquote paperwork, meaning you were never a federal informant or snitch, not just federal, but an informant or a snitch in any capacity. Then that's kind of like, no, we can't not protect you. So I think they use different terms, like you're a solid guy or a stand-up guy, or your paperwork is good, meaning, you know, you're not a snitch. We kind of have to protect you. So like, now sometimes, and I've seen it, you know, you can get thrown to the wolves. You can be like, listen, we tried to help him, he kept stealing, we told him to stop stealing, Mexicans stabbed him up, oh well, you know, like, sucks for you, dude.
Yeah, because I imagine any car that's going to protect a guy that's fucking around is then going to take on the liability and responsibility for everything that dude fucks up.
Yeah, so that happens all the time. I mean, guys in jail are pretty messed up, so they'll steal, they'll do things that are really against the protocol, and like, you can't really do much for them, you know. It's like, sorry dude, you know, we tried.
I guess you're kind of answering this in a roundabout way, but then I guess my question would be like, do a lot of the people that go to jail, are they able, or go to prison, I guess, do they integrate into these groups easily because they come from groups, or are a lot of these people like loners and they come in and but it sounds like it's 50, like some do and some don't.
That's a great question. Yeah. that's so Ross Ulbricht has that problem right now, right? Where he's you're familiar with Ross's story?
No, Ross who?
Ross Ulbricht, Ullbricht. Ross was the head of Silk Road.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So he got a double life sentence plus 30 years just in case he beats the life sentence. Really, really tricky situation there. And yeah, so Ross, from the people I've talked to, and I want Ross to get out. I'm going to try to help him get out. He really doesn't deserve double life sentence. It's insane. But and again, prison rumors should stay in prisons. Sure. I'll just say that this whole car thing gets very serious at the higher level prisons. So I was at the second lowest of the four systems. So the lowest is the so-called prison camp, where again a lot of this stuff isn't taken too seriously. It's mostly lawyers and dentists and doctors.
Sure, people for like insurance malpractice and shit.
Very small drug crimes here and there, things like that. So, basically, I was at the second, which was called the low. Then there's the medium, and then there's the penitentiary. The penitentiary is not a pleasant place. Penitentiary is for life sentences, things like that, and that's where Ross is right now. And again, he's a skinny white kid who's like, when he went in, was like 25. Never has done any violence, never been involved with guns or drugs or anything. This guy is a computer guy. So, really tricky for him to navigate that world. And from what I've heard, rather tricky because, again, you need to sort of be in a car. And once you're in the pens, that whole white thing is not a joke. Like, it's not just a white car, it's a white supremacy car. It's a white nationalist car. Like, there's no two ways about that. You can't just be like, oh, us white guys stick together. No. This is like, you have to be a scumbag, kind of KKK style white person. And you have to sort of hate the other groups and stuff like that. Although there's a way, they still get along. Again, because prison is about expediency more than it is about, necessarily just causing trouble to cause trouble, right? Like,
yeah, you want to have like some level of stability. It's not there to just like make movies all day and some crazy shit, right?
Yeah, exactly right. You got it. And because people have routines. If you have a 10-year sentence, you want to go home to your family. You don't want to spend time in the SHU. You don't want to lose good time, which again, you can lose 6 months of good time for a serious fight, and spend time in the SHU, which isn't pleasant. Be shipped to another prison 1,000 miles away. There's a lot of really really terrible things that can be done to you if you mess up in prison. Now, there's some things that are like unwritten laws. If somebody ever says, S my D to you in prison, being super careful on the internet these days because I get banned everywhere I go. If anybody ever walks up to you and says that, you immediately have to fight. There is absolutely zero question about that. Like, that is the biggest insult. And again, I didn't make these rules. I don't know why that's such a problem, but that is like, if there is any phrase you could say to somebody in prison that's fighting words, that's it. And like, that's an unwritten rule that basically it's time to go. As soon as that happens.
For their two quick questions. Firstly, I know how politics works on the outside. On the inside, are you allowed to be white if you're Jewish, or is that like a totally separate thing?
Great question. Yeah. Great question. So there's a Jewish car. A lot of good dudes in that car. Depends on the prison.
Gotcha. Okay. So maybe in the crazier white nationalist one, maybe they're not as friendly with Jewish people, and then maybe in the lower
I would
ones.
imagine not. You're not going to see, and this is a stereotype, but you're not going to see too many Jews in the pen.
Sure.
There is a jail that specializes in Jewish prisoners called Otisville. Otisville camp is quite good. It's one of the most desirable prisons to be in. And the reason there's a prison that specializes in is things like the meals and the holidays and things like that. So I'm talking about Orthodox, the Orthodox style. So that prison has a rabbi. That prison has, kind of like supposed to be one of the better, sort of places to sort of serve your time if you can.
Sure.
But Yeah, you know, I mean, you meet all types of people, Native Americans, not many Asians in prison, very, very, very few.
Not too surprising, but okay.
As right as like as a percentage of representation of population, it's like 10 times underrepresented, whereas African Americans are 10 times overrepresented, and it kind of shows you the impact of like cultural and other, you know, societal kind of problems, whether they're systematic or they're generational or whatever it is. You know, I don't know. I'm no sociologist, but you know, you sort of see this like, okay, well, one minority is way overrepresented and one minority is way underrepresented, and what's happening there and why. Muslims is actually a great question you didn't ask about yet. I don't know if you want to ask about that.
Well, it sounds like you want to mention it, so.
I do.
Yeah, I'm curious. Yeah, what does the religious delineation look like inside?
Well,
you bring up
somebody,
Muslims,
somebody just asked in the chat room, so I thought I'd mention it because it's one of the most fascinating things you would ever understand or imagine. I think Muslims are 1 or 2% of America.
Okay.
But they're vastly more in prison.
Oh, is it a lot? Are there a lot of black Muslims?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Makes sense.
In fact, I would say it's exclusively
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean there are certainly some Arab descendants as well, but you know, it's just the weirdest thing. I mean, I didn't understand it at all. You know,
I think a lot of early, not to Jesus Christ, because I didn't listen to a lot of gangster rap and shit back in the day. Just I was a Kanye boy, friendlier rap. But back then, weren't a lot of kind of the more radical elements of black society and especially in the 90s.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, we're like very much like Nation of Islam, like Muslim dudes. Like I think Ice Cube or the shit will like mention, you know, like shout outs to Allah and shit on records and stuff. So yeah, it's not as surprising, I guess, knowing that background. But
yeah, there's a conversion that takes place, and one of the reasons is that in prison, Muslims can often be protected even if they are snitches. So it's kind of like a last resort car to be in. So you can have bad paperwork. In other words, you took the stand or you were an informant. You said, okay, this is who I bought drugs from. That's a big no-no, obviously, as a criminal. That's worse than any...
You've brought that up a couple times. How to... and obviously, being careful not to say something you shouldn't or something stupid, but like, how do people find out in prison if you are an informant? Is that just like a foregone, like, if you snitch or if you inform, everybody knows? Do some people hide it? How does it get leaked? Do the guards mention? Yeah, how does that go?
It's all great. A really great question. No, it's...
I imagine they want to, yeah.
Yeah, people also hide if they're a sex offender. So this is fascinating. So let's say you're coming to my prison, okay? You got an 8-year sentence, and I'm the shot caller for whatever group you're in. You come over and you're like, hey, what's up? I'm you. My name's Steve. I'm from. I say, whoa, Steve, back up. Steve, you got your paperwork? And you're like, yeah, about that.
You're not gonna fuck with me because you don't even want to risk being seen with me if you don't know what the fuck is. You keep mentioning paperwork, do you like carry around like a little fucking like, this is my rap sheet, this is what I'm in for? Like,
you're supposed to. So you might be new and you might say, what's paperwork? And I'd say, Steve, let me show you the ropes. And I might size you up and kind of take a perspective of like, okay, this guy's not a snitch, he's just new. But yeah, you're supposed to have your paperwork with you, basically. I wouldn't say at all times, but kind of. Where you can show, you know, this is what I'm in for, this is what I did, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, if you went to trial, interestingly, basically automatically your paperwork's good. So I went to trial. Very few people go to trial. Everybody takes a plea deal.
Yeah.
So if you went to trial, you're kind of like, oh, you're as real as it gets. Like, you fought the government all the way to the end. But the person that takes a plea, you know, they could have taken a plea the right way. And again, this is prison terminology. I'm not weighing in on it.
Sure. Plea the right way, yeah. That doesn't involve you.
According to prisoners, right. So you do the right way where you don't implicate anybody, or do it the wrong way where instead of wanting to do 8 years, maybe you do 3 years and you point the finger at everybody. And for a lot of people, they make that choice, right? That's fairly typical, and it's embarrassing. They don't want to reveal that. So there are many, many people I've met, even people who I shared a room with, who I went to another prison and say, oh, do you know so-and-so? Yeah, so-and-so told on me. I said, what?
Ooh, yeah.
And they're like, they might start feeling, use a prison term, some type of way,
sure.
Against me. And they're like, yeah, you used to fuck with them? Yeah. Man, that guy gave me 5 extra years. And, you know, it's an emotional thing, as you can imagine. You know, I kind of like am smirking about it and laughing about it, but in that world, there's a code. And if you, like, I don't consider myself a criminal necessarily. I understand I'm a felon, and I understand that I was found guilty of some crimes and acquitted of others. But be that as it may, I'm not a card-carrying criminal who intends to be a criminal his whole life, right?
Sure.
If anything, I say that I made some mistakes and I regret them, and I'm ready to move on. I paid my dues and paid my debt to society. I'm not intending to ever commit another crime. But there are people who are like, no, my life is crime. Like, I am going to commit crime till the day I die. And for those people, they have a sort of code. It's an unspoken code, but it's a code that they've vowed to never, ever, 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 talk to the police and tell them anything that they know. And that the second you break that code, or if you habitually break that code, you're sort of, in big trouble. So, anyway, yeah, your paperwork can vary. So some people have fake work. It's sometimes shortened to just work. And as I was saying in the chat here, sentencing memos are, and your transcript from your trial are what will set you free. So in the transcript, you have to sort of allocute, which means you have to basically tell the judge that you're guilty. Otherwise, they can't take your guilty plea. And in the sentencing transcript, if you ever said, anything about somebody else in your sentencing transcript, you're a snitch. In your sentencing transcript, you can plea without implicating somebody else. In your sentencing memo, if you have snitched, your lawyer will actually use that, right, to say, listen, give my guy 3 years instead of 8 because he helped the government. And your sentencing memo is your kind of lawyer's submission. That mine was like over 100 pages. That as to why this guy deserves less time than the government wants, and the government has a sentencing memo where they're saying this guy deserves more time than the defendant wants.
Sure.
And you battle out with this big sort of PDF, and the judge has to decide on sentencing day. And on sentencing day, if you pled, you have to sort of give out your own statement to a certain extent, or at least say, yes, Your Honor, I did this. I'm not pleading guilty under duress. I'm not pleading guilty because my lawyer's telling me to. I'm pleading guilty because I did it, and it's time to fess up, and I want to throw myself in front of the mercy of the court.
Yeah, let the judge decide.
Yeah. And so that sort of is what other prisoners will look at as you kind of enter the prison system. And
so it's kind of there's a lot of inferencing basically. If sentencing guidelines are 20 years what you've done, and your lawyer's asking for 5.
It's a really funny thing that you say that, because people will say, okay, so let me get this straight. Destiny was the biggest kingpin in the Northeast. He got caught with 7,000 kilos of heroin. He had 600 guys under him. Destiny. And he got 24 months. Send him up top. That's that kind of, perspective. So really interesting, for sure. Little subculture that, again, I never want to really be a part of or experience. I actually had it out with one guy once for that whole jail culture thing. And if you get 24 years, like, ultimately jail culture is going to be your life, right? Like, so you're going to embrace it. For me, I was like, listen, I'm not embracing jail culture. What do I give a shit about jail culture? I'm never going to go again. I understand certain principles of it. I get that, but I'm not going to all of a sudden, like, embrace this shit and be a jailbird for life. Like, that's not my, goal or anything like that.
Do people view you differently? So say I'm in there, okay, doing 25 years or some shit.
Jesus.
Other people in there, and then we get some guy that comes in and is free. Is he like never really integrated into the group? Do people have like a more jovial relationship with him? Do they not want anything to do? Like, what is that feeling, I guess, right? Like,
that's a really good question.
Yeah.
That's a really smart question, as you tend to ask smart questions. You have a skill as an interviewer. I think everybody knows that. Your reputation is pretty good. And this is very impromptu. We didn't schedule this one. It just showed up.
When you got on that Bloomberg terminal, as soon as you got out, that was the first message you sent. Thank you. I had time to prepare, so.
Fun. So yeah, yes and no. Like, it's funny. There was a dude who was a black Muslim guy. He was like really grizzled and like really loud and crazy. And like we use the term in prison called burnt out, which means that you've been, or institutionalized, which means you've sort of succumbed to prison completely, and you're like hardly a real person anymore. And
you're like the old dude in the fucking movie. Oh God.
Shawshank.
Yeah. When you get out, you kill yourself because you can't even imagine life on the outside anymore. Yeah, that dude.
Yeah, like you're just messed up. And so this guy was like all that and then some. And I was talking to a buddy and I was like, man, so yeah, how crazy is that guy? He must have been in jail a million times. He must be doing 30 years. He's like, Martin, he's doing 30 months.
Jail is not the place for him, I guess, huh?
Oh shit. No, I mean, well, it's I would say it's almost the opposite. It's almost like he's sort of like he was like a jailbird before he went to jail. And like it's funny because like I was at a jail called Fort Dix, and Fort Dix was kind of like the projects, what I envision at least the projects to be. And people sort of say it was like living in a housing projects because there would be like smoke everywhere. People would have rap music blasting. We'd be playing dice in the hallway. Like there'd be people high, drunk, like
all of this is like contraband, right? You're not supposed to have any of this.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
But it was like there's 400 of us and there's one guard, so what are you gonna do? You know, obviously they'll send the guards in if they have to with riot suits and stuff like that. But in general, you know, they can't do that every day all the time. So there's just sort of this slow kind of allow. Certain jails will allow a lot to happen, and some of this won't. So,
Like
so are you re-streaming this, by the way?
Yeah, I'm streaming. Oh shit, I figured you were using that. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I just would have been nice to know that. So you have somebody said 5,000 viewers.
Oh yeah, shit. Sorry. Oh shit, I didn't even think to bring it up because you were streaming. My bad. Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I have like 100 viewers. So
I'm sure you know this. Anything you say on the internet is going to be clipped and shipped.
That I know. Yeah, that I have no problem with. I just, you know. Well, it's nice to see 5,000 people. Sorry, I would have been paying more attention to you. That's all.
Oh no, you're good. I'm just chilling. Do you feel like when you go in new, and obviously you can't generalize to everything, is there like some leniency for new people, or are people like shit testing you immediately? Like, will some guy walk up to you and jargon the fuck out of you, and you're like, I don't know, and then like beat the shit out of you because yeah.
No, there's this appreciation and understanding for like an accountant comes to prison or a doctor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like and again, I'm just stereotype a little bit here, but like all the like seasoned black drug dealer guys with gun charges and stuff like that, they're like, oh yeah, what's up, Dr. Ed? How you doing today? You know, they're not like, you know, shaking Dr. Ed upside down because they know he's a doctor. Like he's not like, and none of the paperwork rules apply either. It's like the whole snitch thing is out the window because like Dr. Ed should probably snitch. Like at the end of the day,
sure.
Like,
because he's not snitching on any of the other people in jail. He's probably snitching on some insurance dude or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly. And not just that, but like he's the phrase we use sometimes in prison is he's a citizen.
Oh, he doesn't
meaning
belong
like
there. Yeah.
Yeah, like he never. Yeah, he's not gonna go like these guys with the drugs and guns. They're going back to the block. Like that's the reality. You know, for 90% of them, they're like one guy. I had this really funny Virginia roommate once. His name was Gator. And Gator was about 300 pounds. And Gator would talk to me about his life, and it was rather interesting. Gator had 8 children. And when I asked him if he planned, he was like younger than me.
Okay.
And when I asked Gator if he planned on having any more kids, he said, nah, I can't have no more kids. And I said, why is that, Gator? He says, I'm fixed. I'm like sitting there saying, you had a vasectomy? Is that what you're saying? You're infertile?
That's a brave second question, but okay, yeah.
I'm fixed. They fixed me. The best part is he got tattoos of all his kids' names, and he left one blank because he forgot the name.
Okay.
So Gator was an interesting dude. Yeah. We were friends.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things he said, he's like, I ain't gonna lie. Every sentence he said, he started with, I ain't gonna lie.
Sure.
I ain't gonna lie, I love selling dope. I'm just like...
Honest man. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Gator had a lot of interesting habits, and I mean, it was just fascinating. Like, again, you know, you said earlier, like, you wouldn't normally meet people like that. I've never met somebody like that in my life. I'm from New York, so you meet lots of different types of people, but you don't meet that southern hick kind of type of dude necessarily in New York. So it's cool, especially not the southern hick drug dealer is sort of like a.
I think like in some movies or TV shows, like everybody tries to maintain their innocence. Are people more accepting in the real world, or do you have this culture of like I didn't do anything, or like I'm innocent or whatever, blah blah, or is it vary from person to person, or how does that work?
Yeah, the dudes who say they're innocent in jail are either lying or they're lame.
Sex offender. Oh, okay, or that.
Oh, the sex offenders are total. That's like a. I could talk for that.
Is there a sex offender car or?
No. So it's funny you say that.
Yeah.
So disparagingly they call them chomos. Chomo, CHOMO.
Okay.
And if you said something like you a chomo, like that's a pretty serious
Right
accusation.
under suck my D. You gotta.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah, definitely right. Yeah.
Real quick, as you talk about sex offenders, do people recognize the distinction between like sexually assaulted
Yes.
like a 20-year-old versus like a kid? Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. So there is sort of this like baseline, like, oh, you're a chomo, like that is definitely real.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so there are some that's basically unforgivable to begin with, but a snitch is worse than a chomo. So one chomo dude, I'll never forget, on Fort Dix, told this black dude who was like in the hallway, he was like, well, I am a chomo, but I ain't no snitch. And all the thoroughbred black gangsters, and myself, of course, were like, we approve. We're like, yeah, he's right. He's right, damn it. So there's just sort of a funny dynamic like that snitch is actually probably worse than chomo, but chomo's pretty bad, obviously. And we separate them basically into clickers and touchers. Touchers are worse than clickers, needless to say. They're both bad, but clickers can be tolerated, touchers can't.
You gotta. Well, I don't know what you. Yeah. What do you mean by toucher clicker? What's the difference?
Clicker clicks photos, toucher does you know what.
Okay.
So sex offenses only minors. There's no.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, what about like for rape or something? Oh,
Rape is not a federal charge.
It's not a federal charge. Those are state crimes. Okay, makes sense.
Typically not, at least.
Oh yeah, there's very weird. I think there's weird esoteric ways to get like a federal.
Yeah, you technically can. Like, I actually did meet a guy who got indicted for touching a breast.
Gotcha.
Which was a very interesting case of sexual assault, to say the least. He got 8 months, which is the smallest federal sentence I've ever seen.
When it comes to shot callers, is there like everybody's eyeing each other to become the next shot caller? Do people want this? Is it just a seniority thing? Is it pretty self-explanatory? Who's gonna like this is a leader dude? He's obviously doing it. Like people challenge each other for shot caller positions. How does that work?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Fascinating question. Sometimes there's a power vacuum, and it's just whoever wants to do it. A lot of people, like my bunkie D-Block, you can Google a little bit about him and see some videos, follow him on whatever. My old bunkie, super cool guy, but also he got 25 years. He was one of the most thorough, is an adjective, thorough dudes in prison, could be the meanest, toughest guy in the world if he wanted. Huge amount of respect everybody had for him. He was like the shadow shot caller, which is really funny because he didn't want to be the actual shot caller of anything. But he was kind of like, if somebody had a real serious problem in prison, they would kind of come to him and be like, listen, I need your advice. What do I do here? So it was a really bizarre sort of thing, dynamic. So sometimes you'll have a shot caller that everybody hates, or I'm sorry, certain people hate. Like you'll have the head of the New York Cars of Blood, and you might be like, well, I don't fuck with them, I'm GD or something. And the GD guy might be like, I don't care what he says, he ain't the boss of me, I'm gonna do what I want. And there's sort of a little protocol violation there. It's really complicated. The prison politics is, and again, I didn't sort of adhere to it, which kind of made me, I would say it got me into trouble, but it sort of occasionally would rear a small situation where it's like, oh, Martin's not, following the game plan, what do we do about that? And typically there's nothing to do about it, but it was like occasionally would rear its head, say once every year or two.
When you said like you're not a part of it, that feels like so bad for so many reasons. Why not?
Well, I didn't want anybody. So there are things you're expected to do in prison. For instance, I was in the Albanian car, and we had at Fort Dix, this great Albanian shot caller who's an older guy, and the nicest guy. He reminded me of my uncle. And there was this issue because I was not spending any time with the Albanians. And I like Albanians. I'm Albanian. I'm 100% Albanian. I have no qualms with Albanian. I'm proud to be Albanian. But you know, I had a number of things to do while I was in prison. I had my cell phone. I was busy, really busy. You know, I had to.
Wait, are you allowed?
Oh.
You had a
What?
Are you allowed to communicate with a cell phone, or what do you mean by that?
No, it was contraband cell phone. But
Okay. You're okay
I was
to like
able...
say you're not gonna get fucked by saying any of this, right?
No.
Okay.
I was on it for 12 hours a day. I mean, most of the prison was.
Okay.
But, you know, I was really busy, and I chose to spend my time on the cell phone. And so there was this sort of, like, undercurrent or mumbling of, like, oh, Scarlett never hangs out with us. What do we, chop liver? You know, why does he think he's so much better than us? And I was just like, listen, I gotta work. You know, that's what I like to do. I got the chance to work and browse the web. I'm going to do that. It's no offense or anything. So I went to the shot caller one day, and we had that conversation. He was the nicest. He was like, Martin, you don't have to spend a minute with me if you don't want to, and you still have all my respect and all my protection and all my... You never have to say a word to me. I love you no matter what. You know, if you spend every minute with me, or not 1 minute at all, you're still my boy. You know, this guy's twice my age and got 35 years for all kinds of...
Sure.
Basically running the Albanian mafia. And, you know, I'm like, cool, man, I appreciate it, you know? And he again, he was actually a really wise, smart dude, who, you know, has got a great family and all this other stuff. And, you know, just was a super nice guy, and, you know, never really had to, you know, deal with him. And he even helped me quite a bit. You know, I had an issue with the job I got assigned at prison. And, I was like, immediately like not wanting to do that job, and I got a violation for not doing it. And then he got involved, and immediately the next day I had a no-show job, which basically means I didn't have to do any job. He like fixed it for me immediately. Didn't expect anything from me. I never gave him anything, never did anything for him. Like, he was just like, yeah, I'll handle that. You know, like,
yeah, I guess.
And there's guys like some of these shot callers, they have like almost like a staff almost,
yeah,
or like a second in command, and like different guys, and he like snaps his fingers, like pointing, like, get him this, get him that, like change his job up. You know, it was like really cool to see that kind of like power. But when you have 35 years, sometimes like that's for people who have 10 plus years in prison, they have to hold on to certain things like that: status, authority, power. Even having a certain kind of toothpaste can be important. Like, I have this exclusive toothpaste you can't get in prison. That's a big deal. Like, that's like, yeah, like every little thing, like your cell has become your home, right? Like, all those things are like so crucial to you. Whereas somebody like me who's going to do 5 years is like, yeah, whatever, give a fuck, you know?
Yeah. I feel like in describing the car thing, it feels like it's pretty important to force everybody to take a position. You never got harassed to where they're like, because like say you get a bunch of people coming in and they're like, nah, I don't want to do this shit or whatever. Feels like that would invariably lead to some kind of chaos. So there'd be like this mechanism by which be like, listen, dude, like you're either with us or, you know, we're gonna fuck with you, or other people are gonna fuck with you if they know you're not with anybody. Yeah, I guess why are people okay with you? Just like not, is it because of your short term, or you just look like an inoffensive dude, or yeah, what?
Yeah, I sort of had too much respect from too many avenues. So like, for me, I didn't have to. One, I was in the low system, which you don't really need too much protection.
Sure, people aren't knifing each other constantly or doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and in the lows, like if you're getting into fights and getting injured or something, it's because you basically want it.
Or fucking insane. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So my buddy Quest is here. He's good man. So anyway, what can I say? So there's that, and then again, you know, like I'm like such a, not a rebel or whatever, like it's pretty hard to like tell me what to do no matter who you are. And I used to joke like, no, senators can't tell me what to do. You're not going to tell me what to do. You know, like president can't tell me what to do. I'm not listening to you. And I would like, you know, I had sort of a mouth on me was my general reputation. I would, you know, and it was tolerated, you know, it's not like,
in a higher security place or in a more secure place, yeah, you probably would have had trouble, but it worked
100%.
Out here. Okay, sure.
100%. I'd have to fall in line. The same problems that Ross has, I would have. Like, they would hand me, and again, I'm not saying this happened to Ross, but I'll let you infer. They would hand me a knife and be like, go stab this Mexican right now. If you don't do it, you're going up top. I'd be like, you know, it's not easy. Really difficult place to be is the medium and the high security prison, and that's where again rapes, things like that happen. You know, there's a lot of homosexuality in prison, that's voluntary and consensual in the low, sort of low, medium, and campsite. But you know, you get the involuntary kind of in the pen, maybe probably even a little in the medium.
Do you, when you're thinking about going in, when you're first going through trial, you're in sentencing and everything, did you go into prison? Did you like map out like a huge strategy that you ended up sticking, or you were just like, fuck it, I'll just see what happens and wing it?
Well, I didn't expect to go to prison so quickly, so I was going to do a little research, and I'd done a little bit. The problem was that I told that Hillary Clinton joke, and I ended up getting. I'm glad you think it's funny. The judge didn't.
Yeah, obviously.
And it was frustrating because it truly was a joke. And she was just like perplexed, and it was like, you know, that old saying that liberals have no sense of humor. I felt a little bit like that, where it was like my lawyer and I were laughing about it on the way to court, and I was like, I'm not going to get remanded. In other words, I'm not going to jail tonight, am I, Ben? And he was like, no fucking way, impossible. Come on, this is just a joke. It's a stupid joke. And the judge was like, I find this very funny. And like, she actually said, who would find this funny? And I was just like, oh fuck, I'm going to jail tonight.
Yeah.
And, it was really not great. But it is what it is. It's almost sometimes better to get your sentence over with.
Sure, I mean, now that you're out, you're probably like, fuck it, like, yeah, you know, however many months sooner, or even years sooner, depending on what you're going on. So. I guess having gone in and then now coming out, this is a meme question, but I'm curious. Insofar as like TV shows and movies go, is there like a show you saw you were like, damn, it was actually like, I watched The Wire, that was everything I expected? Or are there like shows you saw and then you come out like, dude, it's so stupid that like if somebody did this in prison, you would die immediately, or nobody would respect this? Yeah, do you have like a general feel on like things like that? Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. So I never watched like the jail shows or anything.
Sure.
I'm trying to think. I did watch Shawshank, which the one part of Shawshank which is relatively real is like there was a guy who can get anything into prison. You know, that was the Morgan Freeman's role. That played the part of a guy named Red.
I got a guy that I think is, I think he's a guard at a federal prison. He's like messaging me as you're talking to me. He says, in state prison, there is an inmate rule of people taking jobs so they're split between races. Everybody wants their fingers in some part of the pie because every job is an avenue for contraband, is what he told me.
Yeah.
So it sounds like,
yeah, that's right. Yeah. Absolutely true. There are some jobs, like one of the best hustles is work in the kitchen.
Sure.
So if you work in the kitchen, you can sneak food back from the kitchen back into the prison and sell it. You know, so if the prison's got hamburgers today and you want 4 hamburgers because you're a gordo, which is Spanish for fat, and people say there's always 3 to 5, sometimes even 3 to 10 gordos in any given prison.
Okay.
And that's his nickname, is just gordo. And there's Flaco, which is skinny. I used to call myself Blanco Chapo sometimes.
Okay.
And that would sometimes take, sometimes wouldn't. White Chapo, basically. And sometimes people would find that funny. I would always try to tell jokes, you know, and you know, ease up the. You know, everyone's trying. At the end of the day, prison is not as stressful as people think. Like everyone's trying to get through it, and like one of the things that I would find is like tempers would flare. Like, I had like my first few months in prison, I had it out with a guy from Cuba who didn't speak English very well, but I don't know what it was, whether he cut me off in the line or something, but I lost my temper, he lost his temper. And moments later, maybe it was like 10, 20, 30 minutes later, we shook hands, maybe, you know, did a little, you know, dab or whatever you want to call it, micro hug. And we both said the same thing, which was like, man, this jail shit can really get to your head, you know, we all trying to go home, this, you know, let's not let this kind of get to our heads and make us have a worse time than we should. And that's 99% of prison fights and arguments is like 5 minutes later, like, man, I'm sorry, I lost my cool, you know, I'm going through something at home, I got 5 more years left, it sucks, you know, I still might be facing another charge, whatever the case is, and I lost my temper, I'm sorry. And that kind of thing happens literally every minute, and it's honestly, you know, kind of refreshing, because, you know, the willingness and excitement to fight is just not there.
Makes sense. Gotcha. Do I'm trying to think. What you said about humor kind of reminds me of high school, where people will ask me like, were you popular in high school? Were you a loser? And I would say neither, but I could make anybody laugh. So like I was chill with everybody. Like I had a lot of like kind of friends, like football, wrestling, whatever. Not because we were like super cool, but we would make people laugh. Usually people are chill. And it sounds like yeah, at least for low security prison, maybe you can float by on that for a little bit.
Yeah, as long as your paperwork is good. If your paperwork's not good, you're sort of dead in the water. Or if you're a chomo, you're dead in the water. But there was a good friend I had who's still there named Mike. And Mike, unfortunately, was an addict, opioid addict, and so many people in prison are opioid addicts that ended up, starting to deal drugs to support their own habit. Mike actually did the opposite, where he, I think he did deal some drugs, but he actually robbed a store to. Robbed a pharmacy, to get access to drugs, and he was high and crazy. But Mike's like the nicest suburban kid you'd ever meet in your life. He's like such a cool dude, a nice guy. Loved memes. We'd actually have a little meme board where like our parents would like mail us memes, or our family members, and we'd post them on the on his cell, which prison staff didn't like, but we'd throw them up on there anyway. They make us take them down, and we had a meme wall of like Pepe's and. That meme with that angry woman and then the cat responding. The woman who's like,
oh, at the table or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'd write our own captions on them sometimes. So like, so like you'd have people like that. And there was even a Wall Street Bets guy from like 4chan who.
Oh Jesus, that.
Who?
I feel
was
like
cool,
that would be. Oh, okay, that's good. Because I feel like that would be if I got locked into fucking prison and I had like a fucking sycophant like fan in the neck, I would kill myself. It'd be over. Or like I would be. I need to go to isolation. I can't be next to this guy all day. I was like, do you remember that time on stream you did that? Do you remember the epic post you made? It was like, oh god, fucking kill me, dude.
Yeah. No, that happened a lot and it was a little frustrating. But like we ended up becoming friendly and. We had like a little Wall Street Bets and 4chan car. It was
that's pretty cute. Okay, gotcha.
Little micro car.
Were you the shot caller of that car at least, or was that just like a?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you ever get people asking you or getting upset at you for really dumb questions like, "Yo, Martin Shkreli, you're the pharma guy. Like, get us some fucking painkillers or some shit." Did you ever get requests like that, or did people ever assume that you were like super connected in that way? Or I guess since you're in jail, it's not like you'd be connected. But...
No, it's fine. Like occasionally, I would lose my temper at stupid questions. Occasionally, I wouldn't. Like one guy asked me how to make fentanyl or something. I was just like, man, do you want me to teach you chemistry? He's like, yeah, dog. Yeah, teach me chemistry. How long is it gonna take?
Breaking Bad, yeah.
I got 15 minutes. I'm like, I don't think you want to learn chemistry, actually.
Didn't say Simon Says.
With the when you talk about like this whole contraband system, the prison staff part of it, do they just like look the other way? Do they get paid off a little? Right? Does it vary from like guard to guard? You get like a goody two shoes who's like, we're cracking down. Give me all your cigarettes or whatever. Like, how does that work?
It's really tricky. So in general, I would say a lot of. Maybe half to 90% of prison contraband kind of either comes directly from guards or implicitly and indirectly. They either are looking the other way or whatever. A lot of them, it's an extra revenue source. I mean, you got somebody who'll pay $2,000 for a cell phone, and you bring in one a month. I mean, you've bulked up your income quite a bit. Sure. Not very dangerous either. So there's a bunch of those.
Is most of the money for this contraband trading, is this coming from connections on the outside, or do you guys get paid like this $2 an hour small allowance from work and you all trading your money internally, or how does that work?
I would say 90% is from the outside, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. You mentioned, I'm kind of curious, I guess I don't really know what your view of pharmaceuticals in general was, like opiates and stuff going in. Do you feel like seeing people affected by it so negatively inside, did that change your view overall of like, damn, like there's a lot of people that are fucked up on this shit? Or are you just like, it's always part of the world of pharmaceuticals? Or?
Well, certainly eye-opening to some extent to see thousands of people affected by opioids. I saw a young kid who was a dealer who dealt to somebody who died. He got 26 years as a result. Yeah. Which is a really wild sentence that's a murder sentence for a lot of states. And somebody died, right? But the murder is not really direct there. I mean, it's quite indirect. I still kind of place quite a bit of blame on physicians dealt to somebody who died. Certainly eye-opening to some extent to see thousands of people affected by opioids. I saw a young kid who was a dealer who dealt to somebody who died, and he got 26 years as a result. Yeah. Which is a really wild sentence that's a murder sentence for a lot of states. And somebody died, right? But the murder is not really direct there. I mean, it's quite indirect. I still kind of place quite a bit of blame on physicians, and that's kind of like a pharma blames physicians, physicians blame pharma, everybody blames pharma, because the nice old doctor in your neighborhood is not a bad guy, right?
Sure. Nobody sees the pharmacist. It's big business. Big anything is easy to blame versus.
Yeah, exactly. Big Pfizer is a problem, whereas Dr. Johnson, that you've seen since you were a little kid is just a nice old man with a stethoscope.
Mm-hmm.
The reality is, physician has an obligation to the patient, and
do you just on that? If I ever cut you off, you would keep going. You tell me.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm curious to bring this up because I've read a lot from physicians that are also frustrated. So I'm curious if do you have sympathies? You're like, fuck you, that's part of your job. Because I'll hear like this, like
it's hard.
People come to me, they want something. If I turn them all away or I don't, they walk. It's almost like the 2007 with mortgages, right? Like if you want to be the bank
really
that does
hard.
business well, nobody wants to do business with you. And then, you're kind of like broken.
I'm not. I can't blame physicians for the difficult job they have. They have to be really, really mindful and careful that there are people trying to trick them, lie to them, defraud them.
Mm-hmm.
They want to give a drug that works, but they don't want to give a drug that'll get their patients hooked and potentially become dependent.
Mm-hmm.
It's not easy, it's not an easy job, but at the same time, drug companies' job is to make the stuff, not to do much more than that. And physicians also have to understand that drug companies have an incentive to also pitch them and lie to them quite a bit.
Yeah.
And that they have to sort of be realistic about the expectations they have on a drug, and they're supposed to use them and roll them out carefully and get experience with them and kind of see what they can do and can't do.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, there's no easy answer, right? There would be a solution if there was.
This is kind of like a side question, I guess, for that. Do you think that?
Yeah.
I think it's pretty unique in the United States that our pharmacies can, or not pharmacies, our pharmaceutical companies can advertise. Do you think that should be allowed? Do you think it's fine, or do you think that should change in the US?
Usually it doesn't make much of a difference.
Mm-hmm.
I think people kind of assign, we see ads for Tide and stuff like that, and we think it matters a lot for drugs, but it really doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a lot of experience in pharma. Advertising doesn't do a whole lot. Doctors ultimately kind of make the decision. You've never seen a pain drug advertised, for instance. So, there isn't.
Oh, that's true, I guess. Yeah, I don't know why.
Yeah.
Are they not allowed to, or do they just not do it?
No, you're allowed to. They're just all off patent and stuff like that. So, ultimately, the physician kind of gets to choose. Of course, advertising isn't worthless. There's some benefit to getting your product out all day, but it's
like banning bump stocks. If you're trying to fix gun violence or
Yeah,
pharmaceuticals, the advertising part isn't a huge factor. It's not.
that's right. Yeah, I would say that's right. So, yeah, I don't know. I wish there was an easy answer. The hard thing is that for most of the pharmaceutical industry is driven by cancer, immunology, and rare diseases. So you have very little revenue and earnings and kind of corporate interest in things like pain, asthma, allergies. These affect the majority of people. The majority of revenue actually comes from a real minority of these really severe diseases. Because again, all those old drugs are cholesterol, heartburn, hypertension. All that stuff is yesterday's news. All those drugs are generic, and some Indian or Chinese company makes them for 3 cents, and that's really all that's happening. So, there's not a lot of incentive to promote those. In fact, there's no incentive. There's no incentive to make new drugs in those classes. So there's really just sort of a different dynamic. Whereas the cancer drug is something a really big deal to pharmaceutical companies, but now is also not easy to advertise a cancer drug. At the end of the day, if you have cancer, you're going to go for what your oncologist tells you to go with. Hopefully, not some ad you see on TV. But it's. Other countries allow advertisements, but not every country has its own rules and regulations, but we're not 100% unique or something. Japan has its own system where you can't advertise within the first. And I think we adopted something like this, where you can't advertise within the first year to DTC, direct to consumer. You can advertise to physicians,
Okay.
but I think in America now, and this is a new rule, you can't do DTC within the first 12 months, but I'm not sure, in fact. I think in Japan, you can't even advertise to anyone in the first year, but each country is different. Japan is the second biggest. China's actually the second biggest now. Japan was the second biggest for a long time. Japan bumped down to 3.
Second biggest market for pharmaceuticals or advertising budget, or what do you mean when you say biggest?
Revenue for pharma.
Revenue for pharma, period. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and China's kind of the Wild West, but you kind of do whatever you want there.
Sure. Do you, in terms of like being in prison and now being out, was there something? Or wait, actually, when did you get out? How long ago? Or was this days, weeks, or
3 weeks, yeah.
3 weeks? What was like the biggest thing that you missed in prison that like as soon as you got out, you're like, I have to fucking do this?
Computer.
Computer. Okay.
Yeah. Not food, not sex.
League of Legends.
Don't say League. Oh man.
That's my
Fucking
buddy.
sick than I thought. If that's.
That's my buddy Quest. Actually,
Yeah.
thanks for reminding me because I'm about to go on. I have to download the client because I've had I do miss League. I miss video games. I'm really focused on my career, so I don't want to necessarily waste it playing video games. But one game can't hurt, right, Quest?
Real.
Quest is a superstar player, so he's not my buddy. Some of my pro buddies, but who's my favorite pro buddy? Let me see here. Voy, is that his name?
Yeah. Did he quit streaming? Does anybody know?
Yeah. I think he's taking a break from
Taking a break.
streaming.
Yeah, he's a really cool dude. I
A
think.
very long, prolonged break.
All right, let me see if my League login still works with all the fucking champs I bought. I think I put like 10 grand into this game.
Did you disclose that asset as part of the court proceedings?
That's it. Not funny. So we're not gonna talk about that.
Okay. Damn, dude. Imagine selling your skins back to Riot. Not good. This is a more serious question. When you, I don't know how much you care about your life or the years of your life, but when you're looking at a prison sentence spanning, I guess you said, were you, there's no way you were in for 5 years. How long was it?
Yeah.
It was 5
It's
years.
just about
Jeez,
5,
it feels, okay. Oh, I guess yeah, it's 2022. Jesus Christ.
It'll be 5 in September. So I went in on September 13th.
Gotcha. What do you think about in terms of like, these are like aspects of my life that I need when I get out, like I have to catch up on this, or I'm worried about this, or are there things like plans for like families or anything? Like, is that anything you ever factor in it, or is this for you personally? It's just like, yeah, it's all part of the journey, like whatever the fuck.
Yeah, that's such a tough question. I think you have to be more specific because I think it's a little bit of both.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's maximizing this. Let me see if that helps. Yeah, it's a little bit of both. I think there's you could sort of see that both ways.
Gotcha. So it feels like that's your answer. This isn't like a huge thing you're like stressing out over it or anything.
I would say in some respects, yes, and in some respects, no. Like, I think you have to be more granular. Like, I'm not sure how to fully answer that without.
Gotcha. Okay. Trying to think if there's any other like broad prison questions. Is anybody in chat an interesting question that I didn't think of? Are you gonna get into like talk? I'm sure that there's like people that want to know like a billion things related to your ideas on like the coronavirus and the vaccines and whether Trump is gonna run again. Do you do like political chat on stream, or are you gonna focus?
I'll talk about whatever you want, man.
What do you? Okay, I guess before I dig into that, what for your? Because obviously you want to do some kind of streaming again. I imagine if you turn it on. 3 weeks coming out. What do you want to? What do you want to stream? What do you want to like stream about? Don't say League of Legends.
Sorry, I'm trying to talk to Riot and get my account back right now.
No problem.
I took a 5-year break from League of Legends, and I'm excited to return. I had a lot of characters, a lot of skins.
There's a lot of great new stuff.
I don't want to lose. Can you help me recover my account? I'm going to leave the prison part out.
The game is in the best place it's ever been.
Wait, what role?
No
are you
way.
playing? Who said that? Wait, what role are you?
I play Phil. I've hit D1 or D2 in all 5 roles.
Do you like the durability changes? Is that what they're calling it? Where people live a little bit longer?
Yeah, the durability change was really good. The patch they put out this week to kind of just fix some of the balance from that patch has been really good too.
I will say, I don't know if it's because I'm starting to boom, but yeah, holy fuck. League turned into this thing where even in pro games, like, team fights are happening, and it's like 2 seconds, and then everybody's dead. I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck is happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, even like tanks will get like melted in like one rotation and then like one auto from somebody's like, Jesus Christ.
Riot's balance ideology was essentially that the game is way more fun when things are on a knife's edge. But when it got to the point that assassins can just one-shot tanks, it was kind of too much.
It seemed really dumb. I knew it was bad when it got to the point where, like, damn, even as an AD carry, I feel like I'm destroying tanks like way too quickly. Like, this is just
the
really
durability
stupid.
change has been fantastic for that.
Yeah, that's good.
They didn't like totally change everything, but assassins aren't one-shotting tanks, which is like fundamentally different enough that the game feels a lot better.
I'm sorry, was this a Martin Strelly stream or Quest stream?
Well, now it's a League of Legends stream.
It's always about League of Legends, man.
Everything comes back to League, okay.
Tencent Incorporation.
Do,
Tencent Company of China.
Do you... I never know. So I'm sorry. I don't know how you... you've seen Politically World's Crazy Place, so I just have to ask. I have to get some baseline questions. Do you think the coronavirus was real?
Of course.
Okay, all right. Just making sure. Okay. Do you have any opinions about mRNA vaccine technology with respect to some people think it's really cool, new technology, other people think they're putting microchips in you. Yeah, do you have any opinions on related to that
obviously nobody's putting a microchip in you. I mean, that's crazy, right? Like there's a lot of like, I think we live in like a weird post-truth world where like people will say stuff like this. Like, it's really crazy. Like, there's at the end of the day, like there are facts in the world, right? Like,
maybe I don't know anymore, but
you know, like there
are
things you can prove, you know. And again, I'm a math guy, so like for me, like, you know, proof is like my life. Like, ultimately in math you have to sort of prove. Now let me try to store my username and all this. So like there has to be some things you can prove in life, whether it's a prime number or, you know, that prime numbers, there are infinite number of prime numbers, right? Is like one of the most fundamental simple math proofs. Or that there are such thing as irrational numbers. Like, those are things you can prove and feel good about. You can't be like, no, irrational numbers are fake. Like, no, I can prove it to you. And if you want to deny reality, you can if you want. And vaccines are like that. Like, like you have to be out of your mind, basically, to deny the existence of rational numbers, which is a stronger proof. You know, a stronger proof.
I do think it's really sad that I feel like if I mean, obviously I say this because I would agree with a bunch of people that agree with me, but I feel like in another world, like the big story over the coronavirus stuff was that we had, was it in less than a year or in about a year, we had like a vaccine from start to finish for people to get vaccinated against the coronavirus, but that is not at all the story. Because holy shit, anti-vaxxing, which used to be like squarely in the domain of like leftist hippies, kind of it became like a mainstream conservative thought, which I thought was pretty sad, given this was like the one area where finally, not to say that pharmaceuticals, you know, are poor, downtrodden members of society, but this is probably one area where I think they should have gotten some credit. Like the coming together of like different research institutions around the world, the general research, they're turning it into like a marketable product that would work for consumers. Like if pharmaceuticals should ever get credit for anything, I feel like those vaccines definitely should have been the thing, but it'll never be viewed that way, you know?
Yeah, no, it's unfortunate because it really is like a miracle. And, you know, that miracle is something that people have taken for granted, or they're not willing to sort of subscribe to reality, which is like, you know, really the, you know, most unfortunate thing. I mean, why can't we just celebrate this little success? I mean, it's an impressive success, by the way. It's not that little.
Yeah.
I think that, you know, it's a sad place to be. So, you know, again, I lament the whole like nouveau kind of like question everything. You should question everything. That's what science is about.
It sucks because people will say that like, this is so weird. Like people say like question everything and do your own research, and on its face, like absolutely. But the people that say that are actually the people that like, there's like alternative media, they turn it on and they'll be like question everything. I don't trust the government. I don't trust what these loser researchers are saying. It's like, okay, that's base, cool, do your own research. And like, I trust every single thing Joe Rogan tells me about the vaccine. It's like, okay, well, what the fuck, dude? Like, you're turning your eye from one thing to another. And
basically
you have, like, an
you want to, basically you want to feel better about being different.
Yeah.
And you want to be a contrarian. You want to feel good about like doing everything differently from everybody else, and that just doesn't work all the time. Like,
the difference in standards. I see like regardless of what you feel about like trans people, but I see like in Florida they'll put out a thing where it's like, well, if you want to be trans, I need to see. There needs to be like these gold standard prospective like randomized control trials to show me that blah 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 works. And it's like, okay, that's cool, but like where was that thought when we were talking about like ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine? Like where were the same standards?
Some people did do that. Those trials were run and they didn't work. So.
Yeah, well, but I mean, like the people that believed in those medications, they just wanted to like have the contrarian point of view. They didn't give a fuck about the value of the studies or anything. That's why you had like 400 random, n equals 7 retrospectives that are like, okay, dude, like some dude in Indonesia, Jesus Christ. But
exactly, yeah. No, you know how it works. I mean, ultimately, again, there's this psychological kind of desire to be different, and you have that psychological sense for, just kind of. Sorry, I'm just trying to do this league thing. You have a psychological desire to be different. You have a psychological desire to stand out, to be unique, to not, be a like somebody that's a sheep, I guess.
Yeah, you don't want to be a sheep, so you put on like a different color wool. So effectively, you're a sheep, but just in the other direction.
Right. Yeah.
In the past, I think Walmart tried to get into doing pharmacy-related stuff. I don't know if they still do, because people want to have like solutions.
Yeah.
Mark Cuban, I think, recently has got like he's trying to do like a startup for generic drugs. Do you think that there's like any chance of success for these, or like why do you think these would work? Why do you think these would fail?
Well, I mean, generic drug companies have been around a long time. So I've even got one. So like ultimately, it's a really tough business to be in. Like nobody's excited about the generic drug business. Like it's just a shitty, crappy, low margin, tough to succeed in business. I don't know what he's bringing to the table that's any different. Like everything that's been tried in generics, like has been tried. Like there's no secret sauce to that business at all. Like, so good luck to him, I guess. But like nobody like is desperately excited about being in the generic drug industry.
Somebody, hold on real quick. Some people might try to saying that you're streaming your password manager right now. Are you streaming your screen?
Yeah, that's not good. I thought I was streaming our chat. Yikes. Okay.
Just be careful, alright?
Yeah, thanks for that. I thought, someone would tell me that. But, oh well. Let me see. Yeah, it's getting the wrong window. Alright. Freaking OBS, man.
Can I send you a DM on this real quick?
I don't know. I guess you can.
Alright, shit. I didn't mean to ask what I can. I asked about, I guess what I'm asking is am I able to. If I type in chat.
On Google on the Google.
Yeah, is there like a chat here or?
Yeah, there's a button in the bottom right.
Is it all the shapes? Oh, I see. It's the chat. One second. I'm gonna type a message in there and then don't show it just as a quick thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah, it's no big deal. I didn't see what you said, by the way.
Oh, well, you say it's no big deal then? What? Oh, it's something else. Okay, yeah, there. Just as a quick heads up.
Oh yeah, I got that. Yeah, I don't think that's a big deal either, but you know.
Yeah, okay, yeah, do what you do.
Yeah, I just yeah. Just give me a minute and
Yeah,
I'll
you're good.
Yeah, I thought I could just stream the window. Let's see here. Yeah, this window. This is the window I want to stream, but if I switch to another window, yeah, it's so weird. Oh. Yeah, so what's up?
Not much. Just make sure all your shit locked down.
Yeah, I'll be all right. What's the worst case scenario? I go back to jail?
Gotta move militantly.
Were there someone in chat asked us this is interesting. Are there cars for every ethnic group? And then the next question is going to be, were there Russian cars? And did the invasion in Ukraine like affect any of the internal political shit?
That's a really funny question. So yeah, so the Russian cars are definitely real. There aren't too many Russian people in prison, but some prisons have a lot of Russian people. So, you know, occasionally you do get that. So yeah, so I had some friends, but yeah, I just changed all my passwords. So
That's good.
get at me if you want, but it ain't gonna work. So anyway, yeah, there was a number of you know, Russian people. So when the thing happened, people just aren't woke in prison. Like, there's just no interest in that kind of life. Like, just nobody gives a shit.
Sure.
Ultimately.
Woke,
so,
I can imagine, but invasion, I feel, is a little bit different depending on. It's not like we're talking about like LGBT laws passed. It might be like you're. Fucking,
that's true, but you know, ultimately there was just not that much interest in, you know, in that kind of, you know.
Shit. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and like it was like the least woke place ever as well. Like there was just not a lot of interest in that dynamic, you know, I guess. Yeah, so hopefully nobody can see my password. No, they can. Again. Hey, why does it do that?
Wait, what program are you streaming with?
You know what? You know, I think I figured out why. It's
Yeah?
sort of like, yeah. I keep opening the window in Chrome. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
I keep opening a window in Chrome that's like, it keeps getting, yeah, so I can get two-factor and all this other stuff, so it's not a big deal. It's just funny, like, how easily streaming can fuck you.
Yeah, for sure. That's always like every big streamer's fear is usually there's a lot of drama that starts because somebody taps to a wrong window or streams something they shouldn't, and then like all hell breaks loose for a while.
I've had my credit card. I put my credit card in publicly. That was a funny one. Yeah, all right, change password. Here we go. All right.
Let's see. Well, now. So it sounds like you're not on board with the. Oh, so we never got into this actually. I did a lot of fighting on the internet around the time of the GME shit.
Oh yeah.
So I know a little bit of stuff, but we talked a little bit about like this kind of coordinated, but non-coordinated, like off-platform like trading, where basically drive up the price with security. Moving away from that to the classical, like GME thing, like, do you think there was like this malicious coordination between Robinhood, the block traders from, you know, trading any of the meme tickers, between Robinhood and Citadel and any of that, or do you think it was business as usual, or do you think that, you know, when they said that like we had to close these out because we didn't have the margin for it, that they were being like legitimate, or yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah, all good questions. I think they were probably being truthful. I think they were in trouble. They had issues. Now, whether those issues were created by some other actor, that's definitely possible. But you know, I think there was a real kind of, you know, real problem. They had a real problem in their hands. So, you know. So I'm in League. I'm just trying to see if I have a actual. This is my actual main account or not. Let's see.
What's the highest you've ever gotten in League?
I mean, mostly it played with really good players, so I think that, you know, there was some boosting kind of dynamic there. You know, I mean, listen, it's not intentional necessarily, right? But,
no, yeah, I know what you mean, sure.
You know, you know, is that your true elo? Like, so like, I think there should probably be different ratings based on kind of like, I only play you know, what is it? I only solo queue. I think that's the phrase, right?
They're considering making that change.
Yeah, because otherwise, like, you know, if I play with 4 pros, like, you know, that's pretty much. I mean, it's gonna matter. My playing quality is gonna matter, but like.
Wait, when you played back then, were ranked fire still a real thing? Could you play?
Is that not a real thing?
Well, it used to be, but it was a
season with dynamic queue.
Oh yeah, they had some weird. Yeah, there was a weird.
We played a lot of dynamic queue.
Only asked this question. Don't. Okay, but we'll do this one. What are your thoughts on the differing efficacy between generic and brand formulation based on the criteria that requires only the active ingredients stay the same?
Differing efficacy, yeah. So generics work as well as branded in almost every case. You can kind of debate that, obviously, but you know, it's. I think it's just pretty much a proven thing. There are some edge cases where it does matter, but you know, there are very few of those.
Here's a question. I fight a lot with people over insulin. A lot of people say that there's a name for this practice. I don't know if people call it patent engineering or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, people will argue that you know, drug companies needlessly tweak the formula for insulin, you know, just to continue to reap rewards off of what's essentially the same thing, and other countries pay so little for it. Yeah, do you have opinions on insulin? Is a pretty specific one, I guess, because so many people need it. And people argue about it all the time.
Yeah. No, those are all good questions. I mean, I think insulin itself is off patent. It's been off patent for a really long time. There are other forms of insulin, so those forms are kind of somewhat patented, somewhat not, and they also sort of, it's not easy because there's other dynamics at play, because insulin's sort of a biologic, sort of not, so it's kind of in this space between a small molecule and a biologic. It's a so-called peptide. So it's a really weird edge case. For type 1 diabetics, insulin's quite important. For type 2 diabetics, it's a little less important. And I think that's another thing to keep in mind. There are like 20 drugs for type 2. So, you know, just something to sort of keep in mind. So, you know, I think that whole idea of like engineering a slightly different drug to win a patent and to prolong your intellectual property is basically something that doesn't get done anymore, because there's PBMs and other apparatuses. Just doctors are just smarter as well. So they just kind of, there's just no, like, you know, that just doesn't happen anymore. Drug companies love it too, but it doesn't work. So
it's kind of frustrating, because there's a story that, like, I say went viral, but it goes viral like every time somebody fucking posts it, about some guy that died because he couldn't afford insulin, so he was buying like a brand or whatever. And it was frustrating because those threads are always full of people saying like, insulin should only be, you know, $5 each, like it's off patent, it's bullshit, people charge for it. And I'm like, well, that's exactly the kind of insulin that these guys take. It's very frustrating to me. I've got a couple family members with insulin about it. That, like, people act like the insulin that exists today is the same as like the pig shit that people
Right.
made in bathtubs, you know, decades ago. And it's like, well, I mean, these are like significantly more sophisticated pharmaceutical products now, and they do a lot more for regulating blood sugar than in the past. You just like slam a fuck ton of insulin in your body, you know, depress the fuck out of your blood sugar. Like, oh, okay, I'm good. You know, it's like, yeah, it's a very, very different product. It's kind of
No,
frustrating.
you're right. You're 100% right. And you know, there's you know, what can you do? People want to be mad, so they're going to be bad. You know, that's fine. You know, if you want to be mad at me or you want to be mad at something else, you know, be mad. You know, it's, if it makes you happy, you know, just kind of, I don't know, what can you do? You know, it's like really nothing that, you know, you can get in the way of. You know, people want to be willfully irrational. When Hippasus discovered that numbers could be irrational, they hung him. The Pythagoreans allegedly made him walk the plank because, you know, they numbers were like holy to them, and they were like God. And so when he discovered that square root of 2 was irrational, it was like such a sea change. So they were mad at him for discovering it. Now he discovered the truth, but he did discover something that was kind of like blasphemy, and the legend is that they hung him as a result. So I think while that's probably apocryphal, there is something to be said for, like, you know, that dynamic of like shoot the messenger. You know, so, you know, if you want to defend insulin and defend drug companies, it's not exactly, you know,
Sexy position.
no, nobody wants to be in that position at all. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess my anger is somebody that's a little bit more politically inclined is all my stuff. But misdirected anger is very frustrating to me. Because I think that like anger is like a really good tool to utilize for political change, but when it's directed in the wrong place, either nothing gets done or you do things that are antithetical to, you know, what you should be trying to do. And yeah, this is just gonna frustrate me.
Yeah, I'm just changing my password, so don't mind me.
Yeah,
Almost done. Unless anybody wants to be in my Microsoft Live account. Yeah. A lot there. But we can probably steal Microsoft Excel from me. Just joking. You can't even do that. Alright. All my passwords are good. I can pay attention to you again.
nice. Were there any relationships with people that I'm sure as you've been propelled into more of the limelight, you start to see how kind of like being a celebrity, mini celebrity or not, impacts the way that people treat you. When you went to prison, were there any people that you were really disappointed about? Like, I thought this guy was cool, but now that I'm in prison, like, he's like shit-talking me, or I thought these people were cool, but they basically completely stopped giving a fuck once they couldn't get anything. Did you have that kind of experience a lot, or were you more reclusive and it never really affected you? Or
So, like, inside of prison or outside? Like my family
like
and friends?
outside, like yeah. Did you make any new friends as you became like Mark Schroeder, bro? Who like
Oh, for
when you went
sure.
to, yeah, and then when you went to prison, you were like, well, these guys like didn't give a fuck. Or did you have any feelings like that ever, or not?
I don't think you're being too clear in what you're asking, because I'm trying to understand if you're talking about like me being disappointed in people who abandoned me, or
Yeah, that's more.
Yeah.
So, like, for instance, like, whenever I get into, I always say this, like, I don't trust anybody until we've gone through some shit, we can fuck them over. That's what I always say.
Yeah,
So, like,
yeah.
there'll be times when, like, I get into a really dramatic event, and there are people that, like, I kind of thought were my friends, but given the opportunity to hop on, like, a jerk wave and shit talk the fuck out of me, it's like, okay, fuck you. Like, you're here when it's convenient for you, and then when you have the opportunity to cash in on shitting on me, you'll do it. I didn't know if you went through, like, any experiences like that.
Yeah, no, of course. I think we go through those experiences whether we're quote unquote famous or not. You know, I think there's you know, just that dynamic where you can't you know, you just kind of can't help it. You know, that's kind of humanity. You know, sorry, I keep getting somebody spamming me to be in here. It's a little annoying because I'm just gonna close the stream. I keep doing that. So
Next time, use Discord, okay? Or I think if you
I'll
leak,
try it.
yeah, or don't leak like the Google Meets URL.
I can't help. Yeah, I can't help it. You know, given my current circumstance. I don't have a webcam,
of course.
so.
For if in the future, whatever, if you're ever trying to set like a stream thing up, if you DM me, I can like give you like a little walkthrough so that shit isn't getting leaked or whatever. And
well, you have to also assume that I don't have a webcam, so that's the problem right now. Yeah.
Yeah, true. Yeah, there are clever ways around it, but you have to like there's just like weird shit you have to do. I think in terms of setting up. Like, what are you using to stream right now? Like, what program?
A phone. Yeah.
You're streaming
a phone. A phone, OBS, a desktop.
Yeah, there's like I think there's ways on OBS that we can set up like the scene so that it only shows like a certain thing, and then you don't have to worry about like stuff getting like, or you can like crop out parts of the screen region so like the URL isn't like showing stuff like that basically.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I think I'm frozen or something. Anyway, so. All right, well I should probably just run, given this situation. So it was nice talking to you.
Yeah. Well, hey, good luck on the outside and everything. If you ever want to
yeah, bro. Yeah, no. If you want to email me or something, so we can have a permanent email, that'd be good.
What are you?
Martin at martinscully.com would work. Yeah.
You don't let your domain lapse while you're closing. That's good.
Yeah. So just email me there and we can touch base.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, hey, thanks for the chat, man. Good luck with everything.
Right. See you later. Thank you.
Yeah.
My problem with that is that I think it's unethical.
Really? If I
Then
were to
don't
ask you,
f***ing turn your webcam on and start talking to me.
I had a real life friend named Byron. He had absolutely nothing to gain by associating with me ever, but he really appreciated it. He liked it a lot because we could have conversations that he couldn't have with other people oftentimes. So I would assume you're kind of similar. I think maybe not, but it seems like.
Yeah, I've heard multiple people, including Melina, have told me that I remind you of him. I think I'm gonna attack Dr. K.
Okay, I think that it might be that the conversation is gonna break here, or because you're convinced of something that is not true, but I don't know if I can move you off of it, and I understand why. So, hold on, wait. I indeed... Are you waiting for me to say something, or am I waiting for you to say something?
I feel like I'm waiting.
Wait, are you waiting for... Oh. What am I supposed to say?
I don't know.
Oh.
I'm waiting until I have whatever percentage of your attention I'm going to get. I'm waiting for that, to have that.
Well, I'm here. You have me. I can't play games because I'm on my laptop. I can't watch anything else because I only have one monitor. So you will be fully 100% plugged in. Okay.
I know that's kind of.
Right.
I know that's kind of what I was hoping for.
Okay. Well, I'm here.
Okay. I just watched your interview with Dr. K.
Oh, jeez.
I'm gonna catch myself up to speed. Okay. I feel like we have a lot to talk about.
I would hope so. I mean, you wanted to interview me, so if we had nothing to talk about, that'd be pretty fucking awkward, huh?
Yes. Okay, first I want to talk about our relationship, as usual.
Oh boy. Oh, let's start off with some advice, okay?
Okay.
Stop having so many goddamn meta conversations, all right? Have a conversation. Stop having so many conversations about conversations. I notice sometimes you get really bogged down in the meta conversation.
Kind of ironic that you're saying that, but okay.
Well, because it's a meta conversation about meta conversations about conversations.
It is.
It is. But, you know.
What's your problem with that?
I think that you start off assuming people are being dishonest, and then it kind of just derails them for the rest of the conversation. Because people are really off-put when you tell somebody, hey, I think you're lying. or something.
Yeah. Do you think I'm wrong?
Doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. It destroys the rest of the conversation because you've already put the person on the defensive or whatever. I think that if you have the impression that somebody is lying, I think it's good to work your way around through to that so that you kind of both can arrive at that together and then give them an opportunity to be more forthcoming rather than accusing them of lying.
Do you see why I think that's a bit manipulative?
Yeah, but conversation is all about manipulation. To some
Yeah,
extent.
I know you think that, but I don't like to do it that way.
Okay, that's fine.
Although
but just understand that you're going to make people very defensive, right?
Yes, I know. Well, that's very clear. But I think, ironically, I'm getting a reputation for being very manipulative.
Yeah.
And you have a reputation for being very not manipulative, and yet you're telling me to be more manipulative.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that?
So let's say I'm having a conversation with somebody and they say, I really fucking hate X, okay? And I know they don't hate X. They're either saying it because they feel like they have to or because they feel right. So there's two approaches I can take. Instantly I can go, I know that you're lying about hating X. You actually love X. This is going to, now we've established conflict where I'm telling them they're lying about something and we're going to fight about that. Now, people intrinsically don't view themselves as liars, so they're never going to believe you, right? But let's say instead they say, I hate X. I might say something like, okay, that's fair. I really enjoy doing Y in my life. I think I've had a lot of fun with it. Do you know anybody that does it? Okay, yeah, cool. It's kind of like X. It reminds you of that, you know. I think it's like kind of cool. I think it's pretty chill. And they're like, yeah, you know, I can kind of see that, sure. Yeah, actually, you know, it's okay. And now we've gotten to the place that I wanted to be by being less direct. Because when I'm more direct, it puts them on we're going to fight over our character. When I'm less direct, we've externalized it to like an idea that now we're kind of arriving at together. And it feels like we've kind of walked together through a garden and we've gotten to the end of the path, rather than I showed up with my sword and shield ready to fight them over their assessment of themselves. That makes sense.
You've created the path. We agree on that. That's what makes it more manipulative. Is that
sure, it might be manipulative if you want to call it that, but I'm just saying that.
Well, I want to call it that to explain why I don't want to do it.
Okay. It all depends at the end of the day what your goal is, but all I'm saying is that all you're going to do is you're going to run into... I think sometimes you can get bogged down in fights that you don't want to have because they're not very productive and they don't accomplish anything.
I don't want to have them, but I don't think the ends justify the means.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can
and you think they do.
Yeah, I do.
I'm fighting with you right now.
True.
And ironically, you are not doing what you're suggesting that I do in this conversation. You're coming out with your sword and shield head on.
Because I think that we think a little bit more similarly. So I think if we have an issue with each other, I would just tell you, stop doing this dumb shit, right? Now, if you were somebody different, I would approach the conversation in a much different way.
Right. I think I want to, I don't want to change how I definitely change how I communicate depending on who I'm talking to, but I think I don't want to change this. I would rather just crash.
Sure, I mean, it just depends on where you want the fighting to be.
I don't want to try to control where it is. I think that's what I'm saying, is I want to just say what I think is happening. Here's my problem. If I don't talk about what's happening in a conversation with you, or in our relationship, or in a conversation with whoever, with Booksmarts, like the prime example, then it becomes, because there is always some meta interaction happening, whether you talk about it or not. And what you're saying is, I should only acknowledge the topical surface part, and then also just win the meta conversation. Like, win the meta art. If they start trying to push me around in subtle ways, don't talk about it. Just win that fight that's unspoken, and then also participate in the main topic. And yeah, as soon as I sense that happening, I just want to call it out.
Yeah, I understand, but there are ways that it's like a psychology thing. Like, there are ways that we can talk to people so that they feel like they have more agency over the conversation, even if they don't.
They feel like they have more, but they actually have less. True.
But that's good. You want them to have that feeling, because then it makes them feel more involved in the conversation and less attacked, right?
I know you told me to treat Lauren Southern like a cat.
the way that I would say it is, and this sounds even more condescending than how you were acting, but I would say sometimes you need to treat.
I meant the first time we talked.
Yeah, sure. You need to treat people like cats a little bit. What you're trying to do is, if I have a cat that I know and I love and I trust, I can run right up to that cat, I can give it a big hug, and I can play like really crazy games with it, and the cat will be excited to play along. But if I see a cat on the street, I have to do a lot to earn that cat's trust before it's gonna play with me and not feel like I'm gonna try to kill it. And I think what you're doing when you approach some people in conversations, especially people like Lauren, who have been attacked a lot of them.
Asking for too much.
Yeah, you're asking for, you want to rub her belly right off the bat. You want her to roll over and rub her belly, a stray cat, with just immediately, and that is totally impossible for 99% of people to do. It's just not going to happen, right? Yeah.
You said, don't just run up and start rubbing her belly, which is what I did. But my problem with that is that I think it's unethical.
Really?
Yeah, especially if I'm talking to somebody who may like end up saying something about themselves, possibly being radicalized and killing people or trying to kill migrants, like anything where they might, because because she's not a cat. Like, if the shit I talk about with people can be very heavy and dark, and I think that I need to be as transparent as humanly possible in those conversations to do it ethically. I think it would be wrong to give Lauren Southern a false sense of security that I'm not going to judge you. You know, we're just talking, and can you just kind of see how we get here? And then when she looks back at the path and she realizes, oh, you've led me down this. I mean, that's basically what Booksmarts did to me. He got me to show him my belly, but I was wrong to do so. He tricked me. That's why I got so mad at him. Because then afterward, he stuck a knife in it. And if he had come at me with the sword and shield, then I would have been like, okay, great, he's going to come with the sword and shield. I know that he's going to attack me after this conversation, blah, blah. But he came at me with trying to get me to roll over, and then he knifed me.
Okay.
And I don't want to do that.
Sometimes Nathan would engage in behavior that I think is bad. So let's say that Nathan takes something from somebody. He's not sharing a toy, or he's not sharing a game well.
Okay.
I might, with Nathan...
Is Nathan your son?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
My son.
Okay.
So I might, with Nathan, kind of talk him through, like, hey, if I were to come in every time you were playing with a game and I were to take it from you, you probably wouldn't enjoy that very much, right? And I might try to have a conversation with him where I'm trying to get him to live the experience of, like, well, if somebody took all of my stuff, it wouldn't be very fun. And nobody would want to play with you, nobody would want to play with me. If I'm constantly taking your stuff and people would have a good time, then you wouldn't have a good time. And I might try to get him to experience through that, like, okay, so maybe it's better to share and not be taking things from people because it'll make sure everybody has a better experience. Or I could just say, Nathan, you need to share, stop being an idiot. I can be more direct. Now, I don't think it's unethical to go through the experiential route where I'm kind of like demonstrating, you know, hey, like, let's think about these experiences so that we can evoke something in the mind that gets us closer to what I want to achieve, which is to get you to share your toys more. I don't think that's an unethical thing, right? Well,
no, but you're his father. I mean, the relationship is, he knows that you're his father. He knows that you, first of all, you are...
It's not about me. It's not about me being his father. That doesn't make the advice. I could be a teacher. I could be a caretaker. I could be
I'm not, but that's what I'm saying is I don't want to tell Lauren Southern that I am her caretaker or her teacher because I'm not.
But
I'm engaging in an intimate interview, but it's also exploitative.
It's not an... Yeah, so we got to be clear about the goal. It wasn't an interview. It was a confrontation. We were trying to get a concession. So that gives you the power in that conversation.
I don't agree. I don't agree.
Okay. You're absolutely wrong. You disagree with me. Because you have nothing to lose in that conversation. You have nothing at stake.
In that part of the conversation, we were talking about cuties too.
But you've completely owned up to that. You're fine. This is another thing I think I told you, that you feel like you're doing one thing, but you're not. You're saying like, oh, well, we're both like, you know, pedophiles and Nazis, LOL. You're totally squared away with that. You're good with that. You've processed that. You're open about it, and you've moved on from it. And you've integrated that experience fully, right, into your existence. Lauren Southern clearly has not. So
No.
you don't have anything to lose there. It would be like, imagine if I were talking about like an incredibly sexually closed off like woman who's in her 30s and she's like a virgin, right? And I start saying like, oh, okay, like I really like jerking off to My Little Pony, right? Now I'm really open with my sexual experience. Now you can be open, right? It's not going to be the same for you. Like, wait, hold
Okay,
on.
that
I'm like,
we
this is not...
okay. I may be in a better place to have a conversation about my controversies than she is, but that does not change the fact that the conversation was not set up as, and it was not set up as a confrontation.
Sure, it might not
That,
be.
it became a confrontation, but
I don't really care what it was set up as, but what it became was Lauren Southern was essentially on trial for something that she's done historically, and you were kind of like judge, jury, and executioner running that trial, where you were trying to get a concession from her, like, hey, I need you to admit that in a part of your life you were a fucking atrocious human being. So let's go ahead and get you.
I don't think that's what I said. I think I said I want you to answer these questions. And if the answer is you don't think you were an atrocious human being, that's fine. I just want you to have an answer, or say that you don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, but nobody's gonna say they don't want to talk about it because then it sounds like they're making the concession on the same. If I were
Then
to
don't
ask you,
fucking turn your webcam on and start talking.
Sure, but I'm just saying.
Like this is what I'm talking about. I don't want to be pushed around. I don't want to be pushed around. It is. Because if I say in DMs, if I say, can we talk about our past cultures, including the micro stuff, she says yes. So then we turn our cameras on and now we're talking. And I say, okay, here are my questions about it, and she answers, and I say, well, I feel like you're being evasive. I don't think you're really answering. If she keeps evading at that point, unless I'm going to just be like let her off the hook and pretend that she has answered when she has not, which I don't want to do. She's trying to push me around.
She's not trying to push you around. She's trying to dodge your aggression, is what it's perceived from her point of view.
No, but the aggression is only in response to her pushing me around.
Yeah, but it's only in response. It's only that response because there's something she doesn't want. Because you have the power in that situation. You're trying to get a concession from her. She was a horrible person at one point in time. She never made that.
I'm not trying to get that concession.
Okay,
I'm trying to get her to answer the
I need you to understand. Okay, hold on. I need you to understand how other people's minds work. Okay.
I know how their minds work, but they're wrong.
Okay, but it doesn't do anything to say that. When you're saying verbatim, right? If I would have done anything like that, I would have thought I was a horrible person. When you say that, you're, I don't know if you realize it, but you're by proxy making the accusation that you were a horrible person. And I need you to say that. I need you to say that to me. You were
No. You are adding I need you to say that.
I'm adding it because that's
I have this conversation with people all the time. People constantly are like, I think that your review was immoral and the things you say about cuties is horrible and it's a horrible thing to say. She literally told me that my review was immoral.
But when she
she was not I don't take that to mean that I have to also think that.
I don't think you're understanding the. I think that when.
I understand. Perfect.
No, you don't. You think way too highly. I think that if I were to ask you questions if I were to ask you questions about things you've been doing, things you've done, I think that I could ask you something about your QB's review, and I can walk that thought back all the way to. This is like the fundamental point of how I gather truth for happiness. I think I could follow all that back to that root cause. Do you agree with that? That any like abstract thought you have can probably be traced back to some more fundamental thought, right?
Sure.
That's very inhuman. Very, very, very few people can do that. So when you're approaching somebody,
you mean very few people would be able to have that conversation and tie those things together to eventually.
Very few, less than 1% of people can do that. So when you're having a conversation and you're offering what looks like a weakness to somebody, it's not. You're 100% put together and ready to explore that. So when Lauren was lashing at a cube, she was like, okay, well, why did you cover the cubes review? You're sitting there like, and I've been in your position, so I'm empathetic, okay? But when she says that, that's almost like a, yeah, let's go there. Because I've already explored that fully.
Right.
I can own every single part of that conversation. I've had them all before, and I can be fully confident every step of the way when we're talking about that. So her attacking you with that is not the same as you attacking her with the let's talk about the migrant thing. Because clearly, there's a lot of
she has not thought it. She has not thought it.
Exactly, yeah. So there's a huge, even though, this is what I was saying back in the original, even though it looked like you were offering her like a lifeline, like, oh look, we're like the same, you're not. You've processed and integrated that so much more than she has in her experience. These are not the same things, and if anything, it almost looks like she's being baited or lured into getting dragged down with you, and hasn't even gotten to that point of processing that.
But I didn't know that.
Sure. Well, that's why I'm telling you. You need to make these assumptions with people, right? Most
I need
people
to
aren't going to be
assume
able to.
that I need to assume that even 5 years later.
At least if you're approaching something, because you were trying to get a novel admission from her. She's never publicly said any of that was bad.
I don't think that's not what I was trying to do. You keep saying that's what I was trying to do, but that's not true.
A lot of the conversations seem to be revolving around getting her to say, like, well,
No.
you know, reflecting on it and say, well, isn't this kind of bad?
No.
Okay. I felt like that. I think she felt like that.
I'm sure she did, but here's what she felt like that because just because I think something's bad doesn't mean I want you to think it's bad. What I wanted.
But most people, just what you just said right there was very inhuman. Most people think that everybody has to agree what's bad and good.
I know, but the reason she agreed to talk to me in the first place, I assume, is because she knows that I don't operate that way. So
No,
we do have some basis.
Nobody knows that. So again, from personal relationship experience, friendship, you can say that you operate a certain way. Nobody believes you. Nobody will believe you until it comes to a point to where it's tested, and then people are going to treat you like a monster or like you're inhuman. Nobody believes you are the way you are until they've had first-hand experience with it, no matter how you say it. That's just absolutely true. So even if you say something like, "Hey, I'm very honest," and I explore conversations.
So why do you think she agreed to talk to me?
Probably because she genuinely finds your mind interesting, and she didn't know that she was going to have to defend her past that much.
She thought we would go easy on each other.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, because she felt like, I'm not leaking it. I talked to her later that night about the conversation, and her impression was she felt like we were attacking her like everybody else, and she thought that since you had bad stuff in your past, you would kind of go easy on it because she has bad stuff in her past. But the reality is you haven't gone easy on your own past. You fully understood and integrated all of those experiences, and she hasn't. That's the difference.
Okay. So, I don't think that's my responsibility. Do you?
So I'm not here to care about the moral bullshit or whatever.
But I am.
I don't care.
That's what we keep coming back to. You're very cynical.
Okay. No. I'm not. What I'm saying is that, like, if you want to have a conversation with somebody, you have a certain end in mind. It's just important to be aware of that end. Okay. So now, if your response to me is Destiny, I actually don't give a fuck where my conversations end up.
That's not true either. That's not true.
They are. These are diametrically opposed. You got to choose one or the other.
No. That's
absolutely.
Not true. Not giving a fuck is different from not trying to control something. I can care where the conversation goes without doing everything in my power to make it go there.
But if you care where a conversation goes, you're going to exert some level of influence moving it there. Maybe
Absolutely.
not full on, like, mind
subconsciously,
manipulation.
For sure. Subconsciously, I
not
am
subconsciously. Consciously making choices in the so when you ask
no,
the question,
I care
like,
more about the I care more about the choices than I care about the end goal. I care more about how I conduct myself. I care more about the morality of how I'm conducting myself in a conversation than I care about whether it goes where I want it to go.
That's
like
fine.
you see that
you
there's
just have
a
to
balancing
understand
act.
that. Yeah, it's not. Well, it's not a balancing act. That's the problem. Is
You have to. Okay, you think you just have to pick one?
Well, at some point, you might run into an area where these things become binary. You can either do one or either do the other. You're not always going to be able to.
I choose the moral derailment of the conversation into endless meta fighting over getting the cat to expose its belly so I can gut it.
Sure, you can do that. It's your
I
prerogative.
think it's wrong.
Just be aware
I think it's
that.
wrong.
Okay, I would disagree, but okay.
Why do you disagree that it's wrong?
Because I think it can be okay to have a purpose in mind for a conversation. That doesn't mean you have to be like the most virtuous. Like when I argue with certain very radical people, my goal is not to bring them 100% to my side. Usually my goal is to get like some level of agreement in some kind of central area, and then just give them like a little bit to think about, even though I could push harder. So like Lauren Southern is a good example of this. A lot of my community hates the way that I interact with Lauren Southern because I'm not constantly having to like hold her to account. You know, you need to talk about what you did. We need to talk about the boats. I don't care as much about that. I disagree about a lot of what she did related to it, and I could have a big argument about it, but I don't really think it would accomplish much. Like, she's really dug into everything about that. I'm not going to force some level of introspection from her, or maybe I could over time. But rather, what I would hope to do is if I can win you over on enough of these other level positions, at some point, we're going to have enough rapport that if that conversation comes up, I'm going to have a lot of ability to push in a little bit harder than other people because I've proven myself to be a good actor. I'm not somebody just trying to destroy you or fuck you over. And maybe I can even offer a little bit of insight into your own thoughts.
But that will destroy her.
I don't think so.
Okay, do we both agree that if I had been nicer, I probably could have gotten her to say a lot
more
about the boats.
For sure.
I probably could have gotten her to like cry.
Depending, maybe. I don't know if she's like.
But there's probably some combination of things I could have done to get her to, not out of remorse, but out of something, some feeling about the accusation or what happened or how big of a part it's played in her. Okay. I don't think that's right.
Okay.
It's weird that you're giving me this advice going into an interview with you.
Well, the way that we talk is going to be different than how you talk with any other person, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay, so you want me to be forthright with you.
I don't want you to do anything. I just want you to be aware of what happens.
Do you want me to try to manipulate you into telling me things that you don't want to tell me?
You can do whatever you want to do, but I'm just saying be aware.
No, you're saying I can try and that I'll fail.
I'm saying that if you have
conversations.
No. I'm saying if you have conversations in certain ways, it's going to cause certain things to happen, and you just have to be aware of that. If you don't give a fuck, then I mean that's fine. But I'm not trying to present like my style of conversation as right or wrong, even if it feels that way. Kind of like how Lauren felt like you were calling her evil, even if you weren't actually calling her evil, right? Because I haven't said anything about your style of conversation. I'm just saying that like, if you have a style of conversation that is more confrontational, if you haven't earned a lot of rapport with the person, then they're going to get really defensive and locked down, and you're not going to get much farther into the conversation, I don't think.
Okay.
But if you want to do that, fuck it, go for it.
I do.
Okay.
And then I'm going to do it right now.
Okay. I'm an open person, so you can be as whatever you want with me. I'm fine.
You're guarded.
Not really.
You don't think so?
No, but kind of. It's a little weird.
Okay, I feel like there's a few topics I want to talk to you about.
Okay.
Either your conversation with Dr. K or my conversation with Melina is where I want to. I feel like there's just like. Also, do you look at your subreddit?
Yeah, all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So their opinion of me is like all over the place. It was good, and then it was very suspicious.
There's like a jerk wave. Then if there's too much, there's going to be a counter jerk wave. Yeah. Counter jerk wave. That's just like the nature of the internet.
Okay, so they have talked about. They've mentioned me betraying you, or me being a sociopath, or me being super needy and wanting to talk to you all the time, or wanting your attention, or wanting your airtime on your streams. And then they've talked about us having some horrible falling out, or they talk about me becoming a gigantic streamer and then betraying you somehow. Yeah. And then Melina, I think, touched on all of those in one way or another. What do you... I guess... Okay, so I've always talked about like the power differential between us, where you're like a huge streamer and I'm like nobody. But I'm less nobody now. So where... I feel like as I become less nobody, I benefit less financially from each conversation we have. Which gives you less control over me in a career way. Like I am becoming more your equal.
Self-sufficient.
Yeah. Like not your equal in terms of. Yeah. I don't mean your equal in terms of size. I just mean in terms of how much I could be using you. That has to be, that's decreased significantly.
Okay.
Right? Do you agree on that?
Yeah, of course. It logically.
You don't like being used.
I don't care if I'm used. I think it depends on.
Well, yeah, I don't like being used. I feel like I'm learning
Okay.
more about what it must be like to be you, as more and more people try to use me. I've never had this experience before, but over the last 2 weeks,
Okay.
people are sending me like, oh, have you talked to this person? Blah blah blah. You might be into blah blah. Everybody's doing. I've never had the experience of somebody doing someone else a favor by telling me their name. And this must happen to you all the time.
Of somebody else doing you a favor. By
Someone
telling
doing
you.
someone else a favor. Someone being like, just these imagined conversation. Like, you know, the conversation went like, yeah, I know Destiny. I'll send him a DM and like, I'll mention you. And like, I'm not sure if he's gonna really want to talk to you, but we'll see. We'll see what he says.
Mhm.
I don't like it.
Okay.
I feel, yeah, I feel used increasingly by more and more people.
Why don't you like
And
it?
they don't like me. They like money. They don't care about me.
Have
They
you
care about
developed
the
it? Do you
atten-
feel like you
the
have
attention
some
on
way?
me.
Yeah. Do you feel like you have some way of weeding out those types of people? I guess who will contact you, or
No, because a lot of them also genuinely like you. Even some of my friends, they're like really excited. They're excited about the channel in a way that they've never been before.
okay.
And it's like, well, you're not really excited about the channel. You're excited about like fame and power. But that's not me. It has nothing to do with me.
Yeah. Kind of an inevitable part of growing is that your personal relationships could potentially take on a different form. But I mean, that's going to be unavoidable, right?
Like, yeah, it sucks.
Have you thought at all about how to, I guess, divine from people their intentions in associating with you, or to figure out?
Is that possible? I mean, yeah, sure. I can become more. You're saying just go Scarface and be more paranoid?
Maybe, I don't know. Depends how much it bothers you. Okay, well.
Okay, so in terms of you and me, do we agree that this dynamic is decreasing as I grow, or?
Insofar as the dynamic exists and could be observed by some people, yeah, it's probably decreasing.
I'm asking you what you think. This is an
I
interview.
don't care about this. This is something I don't care about at all. If there are
Because
girls out there that want to fuck me for fame, or if there are people that think they can leech off my thing to be more popular, as long as I'm having a good time, I truly don't give a fuck. I don't care. So I can be cognizant of any dynamic that exists, but like it's just not something that I'm really that concerned about.
It doesn't bother you.
No.
Okay. I guess my view is that it doesn't bother you because you're so paranoid that trusting people at all just seems like unthinkable. So you're like, fuck it. They're all. I mean, like you said to Dr. K, that you think all relationships are transactional, or you view them all that way. So therefore, if they're all transactional, you might as well just say none of them are transactional, because it's no more transactional than any other relationship, if you think they all are.
There are two ways that you can go with this, and if you want to do the first way, we can do the first way, but I can tell you. So when somebody's in my position, there's two possibilities. Either one, they are incredibly guarded and they shut down some part of them so that they don't associate with people too deeply because they're so afraid of getting hurt that they don't want to expose part of themselves. Yeah, which is sounds like what you're assuming of me. The second part, and this is the only answer I can give you, and you can assume I'm lying if you want, but I truly just don't really care that much. I have an internal view of myself. I have an internal view of what I want, what makes me happy. There are certain people in my life that I can utilize to achieve those ends that are fun to hang out with. If there's some mutually beneficial thing that they gain off of me, whether it's clout or something like that, I really don't really care that much. It's just not something I think about. Yeah.
So your sense of being used does not subtract from your sense of being loved.
I'm not looking for love from other people. I'm usually just looking for positive experiences.
You don't want love.
I'm not that kind of person.
Melina?
For Melina, I'd probably do, yeah, because she's my wife. But if I felt like she was starting to just use me for things, that would probably bother me. Yeah.
Okay. Love from Melina, and I assume a couple other family members.
And my son, yeah.
Yeah. I want love. I want people to love me.
Okay. You're finding that as a content creator is going to be very difficult because people are highly incentivized to present one thing and conceal their true intentions, right? They have a lot
Yeah. Yeah. I want people to love me. I want people who already love me to not stop loving me and use me instead.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
It's going to depend from relationship to relationship.
Do you feel do you feel that you have lost any of that?
I've never really had very many friends, not close friends that I care about that much. So, growing up, I probably only really had like 2 close friends, and then these days I probably have like less than 5.
Are you worried I will betray you somehow?
Not really, but I try not to worry about things I don't have much control over. It seems like I would just be robbing myself of any like immediate happiness or satisfaction by doing it. If it happens in the future, it happens, but like why would I not enjoy everything leading up to it?
Don't you think you could enjoy our relationship more if you trusted me more?
Not really, because it's not like there's some part of me that you don't have access to, like just because
there
of my
is.
thought. Like what?
Your heart.
There's not
That
much
part.
in
There is.
there. Okay.
You have to admit, I seem like a pretty trustworthy person.
Probably. Maybe not. I'm not
Like
sure.
if there were, like if you were gonna trust like a streamer, I guess I wasn't a streamer. You made me a streamer. If you're gonna trust like a trainer that just like showed up. I feel like I'm a pretty good candidate for someone to trust, even though the situation certainly does not lend itself to trust. That's what I'm. You know what I think? I think I met you and I was like, this is great. Like he's platforming me, but also I like you and like we can talk to each other, and you're helping me and helping me navigate this confusing mess. And like I just have to like show him that I'm like a trustworthy person. Like of course, but now, just 2 weeks into my own little career, I see you can't trust anyone.
Yeah.
Everyone is lying.
Well,
so then I feel embarrassed. I feel embarrassed that I thought I could seem trustworthy enough to you.
You probably you would be somebody that I would have the least trust in for a long period of time.
Why is that?
Yeah, so I approach all of these topics in a very, I'll say, autistic way or inhuman way, maybe. So it's gonna sound a little bit weird, but I think when a lot of people look at somebody they trust, they think of like, okay, I feel like a warm connection to this person, and they seem like they genuinely care about me, so they wouldn't do anything to hurt me. Does that sound right?
I don't think you're not human.
Okay, well, I'm just asking a basic question. Don't jump into
Well, no, you already said that.
it. Sure. Well, but okay,
I think
I'll skip ahead then. The way that I view trust is, does somebody have more to gain or more to lose by, I guess, like backstabbing you or betraying you? Is usually how I view it.
But
As long as somebody has more to lose than they would than to gain by backstabbing, this is probably a trustworthy person.
That's not trust. That's literally not the definition of trust. Trust would be.
But that's I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Trust would be if I have more to gain by backstabbing you, and you still believe and put faith in and behave as though, and still show me the cat belly anyway, because you
yeah,
trust.
I don't believe that. I don't trust anybody like that. I don't think that's true.
Well, that's you don't trust anybody.
No. Okay. If that's the definition you want to use, then yeah, I don't trust anybody. So for
I think
somebody
I already have more to gain by betraying you than I do by being friends with you.
I don't think you have anything to do by betraying you.
I think so. People like fights. People like drama. I don't know. Why did Bosch and Hassan do it?
Hassan did it because he was threatened by me a little bit, and I think he has self-esteem issues.
You think it hurt his career?
No, he had a lot to gain from it career-wise because there was a rift growing between our two communities where there was a genuine thirst in my community for somebody more far left. So he had a lot to gain by severing that connection and then working on continuing to build his own stuff and then capitalizing on the excess of fans from me.
Okay. So betraying you now would be premature. I have to wait until I can define myself against you, develop cultivate a thirst for it, and then force a break. Okay. So. So that's why you still trust me.
Well, yeah, and you have like very little to lose by fucking around too. Like, I feel like there's a lot of you on the internet. You've been attacked in a lot of ways. So I feel like you could backstab me. It's not like you some virtue. So that's why when I say like, do I trust this person? Like, if I'm dealing with like a private citizen, like somebody's not a public internet figure, I would have a high degree of trust in that person because if they fuck me over, they publicly their lives could be destroyed. So I feel like this person will never do it.
I'm uncancelable, and you don't
a little bit,
a lot of leverage over.
Yeah, basically, constant leverage, and I have none of that, and I don't think I could ever get that. Not that it matters, by the way. I understand why it bothers you because you feel like there's a deeper level of a relationship you can access once that trust part has been established. But that's not really how it works with me. I don't really have like that. Like,
you don't have that deeper level.
Now that I trust you, like, oh my god, we can share in these experiences. Like, I'm about as willing to engage in any experience that he wants to. As if I'm not gonna get like fucking destroyed or something. Like, I'm not gonna buy a house with you or something. But you know, basically everything else is on the table.
I think that's a great idea. Then we would have to trust each other. Get a vacation house?
Yeah, well, maybe.
Yeah. Just let me save for... Okay. So, yeah, that makes me sad.
Well, I'm sorry, don't be sad.
Because I actually trust you.
I'm a pretty trustworthy person. I have a long history of I don't fuck people over unless they attack me publicly. I'm a pretty humble person.
Yeah, but it's
like,
pretty. Yeah. It's one way. Right? Like I trust you in the definition of even if you had a lot to gain by fucking me over, I don't think you would.
Yeah, I don't think I would. I think I'm a pretty trustworthy person.
You know what the problem with your calculation is?
What's the problem?
You only you're assuming everyone is a sociopath. Because
no, I wish
well,
they were.
Let me explain. Because when you weigh what I have to gain versus what I have to lose, you place nothing on the emotional pain it would cause me to hurt you. You place nothing on me caring about your well-being. You place nothing on morality. That is not factored into your calculation. It is subscribers, money, social standing, things like that. That is the only thing that factors in. So you in your evaluation of who to trust, you assume everyone is a psychopath.
I think that
Or could be.
morality is nothing. Nobody thinks about morality. They might have like an intuitive feeling of what might make them good or bad, but nobody's thinking about like morality when they think about fucking somebody.
I think I do.
I think at one point in time I considered this. You might, but you'd be the exception. So at one point in time I considered how I associated with people, because when I associate with people, something that I've learned in my 20s is I have to kind of make a lot of guesses about the emotional states of people, how that influences how they make decisions. I think I don't make decisions in the same way sometimes, but a lot of other people seem to. So for a while, I think it led me to be a little bit. People acted in ways that I didn't expect. It's like, well, hold on, how can this person fuck me over? Like, I haven't done anything like that fucked up to her. How can a person do this? This is like really weird to me. I feel like I've done so much. But I think what I've kind of learned recently is when somebody's fucking somebody over, the reason there aren't any bad feelings that they have to deal with, because in everybody else's mind, they've always convinced themselves that they're in the right for doing so. So they don't actually have to deal with those types of bad feelings because they're always the hero of their own story, and they always have good justification for the reasons they're acting. So I think it's a little bit of a waste of time for me to try to guess, like, okay, well, objectively, if I've done like a decent amount of shit for you, how the fuck can you do this to me? Because in their mind, they've already convinced themselves, well, Destiny's a horrible person, he's done this horrible shit, like, I can do this, and it's actually okay.
Can you give me a real life example of somebody who you think has no qualms?
So
about...
Vosh is somebody who only exists on the internet because of me. Because I'm willing to talk to smaller creators, because I was willing to plug in as much as I could early on, because I gave him a big presence in my chat. He was involved in a sexual harassment scandal that I covered up for him, kind of. I deleted the video off my YouTube channel. I would always tell him, like, hey, like I did a lot of stuff to help him early on. That would be somebody that, in my mind, if I was in his position, I feel like I would always have a debt there. There's no possible way that I could, like, turn my back on this other person and be like, you're a horrible piece of shit or whatever. But he did, because there was more to gain publicly. But I think in his mind, I don't think he's thinking like, oh God, like, you know, me and Destiny, we were kind of friends, made this, and this is gonna hurt a lot. I think in his mind, he's already thought like, okay, Destiny is actually an evil, horrible person. I don't even think he likes me at all. I think he's actually like an evil fuck, and I need to do this because it's the right thing to do. So I might be trying to project onto him some emotional state that he doesn't have, because from his point of view, he's already convinced himself that he's correct in everything that he's doing. So that would be like one out of, I can give you like half a dozen other real life examples of people acting.
I might want a couple, but do you think most people are like Vosh in that way?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a pretty normal human thing to do. We think of ourselves as like a good person usually. Also, to be clear, because when we have these conversations, I'm talking about how other people talk about. I'm not a perfect person either. Like, I've made mistakes and I've done bad things to people too. So I mean, like, it's not like I'm not saying that like I'm a perfect person and everybody's fucked me over. And,
whatever.
Just to be clear. Yeah.
Whatever.
I have to give the caveat for the audience. Yeah.
I understand. Vosh. I feel like there's some selection bias where you're taking Vosh's public statements. The stuff he says to his friends might be, or like if he has a therapist, is probably different. I think I agree that Vosh's presentation is as someone who has no self-doubt or qualms about anything he does, but do we know that's actually how he is?
I think he has a considerable amount of self-doubt.
But he conceals that.
Yeah, but this might sound like some pop psych bullshit, but usually when I see somebody that is acting in a very alpha or an incredibly, like, I need you to know how confident I am, to me that usually comes across as being a little bit concealing some kind of insecurity. That's how I usually
And it's an insecurity that he's aware of.
Well, he's either completely aware of it or he's trying to cover it up and trying to suppress it, but, you know.
Okay, also, another selection bias problem. Vosh, and like most streamers, or all streamers, became popular because he seems to be very confident in himself and his positions. People are very drawn to that.
Yeah.
So I guess I just don't agree that most people... I think most people are more like Lauren Southern, where like part of her is very confident in her decisions, and part of her is not. and like she
Sure,
has the
but
she
you
has
only
the stream.
you only show the confident part. You never want people to know the parts you're not confident.
Absolutely, but the other part is there. I feel like only in like really crazy. That's why I think you're assuming everybody might be a sociopath because
I don't think people are sociopaths. I think people are predictably selfish. Just to be clear.
You're describing an extreme level of selfishness. I think.
I think it's a totally normal, but I might just be very cynical. I think everybody is
that's
very
what
selfish.
I'm saying. Is I think you're very
Sure.
cynical.
Okay,
I mean, even at the beginning of the
me being-
conversation, you were like, Max, you're talking to people like they're not stupid.
Yeah,
but
they
they
need
are.
to talk like they're dumb. You can call me cynical, but I don't assume everybody is a sociopath. I think people are like pretty predictably selfish, is what I would say.
Yes, I know that you don't think that you're assuming everybody's a sociopath. I'm just pointing out that you do not factor the morality or anybody else caring about you into any of these calculations.
Well, I think people care about you to the extent that you provide something to them. And once you don't provide that thing, or if they can get something better from someone else, they'll switch. That's how I look at it.
So you
It sounds
think if
sociopathic when I say it that way, but I think the feelings and other
No,
people...
it just sounds like you're like you. I've been backstabbed too many times.
Okay.
I want to put some shea butter on your back wounds.
Okay.
I think that yeah, I'm challenging the way you're thinking about it because, like, you think if you became homeless and, like, say you were involved in some, I don't know, say you've been like not paying your taxes and you lost all your money and you got banned, and you said the N-word on Twitch Punch, so you got banned. And then everybody thought you were a neo-Nazi, so your payment processors pulled out, and it was impossible for you to stream or make money, and you became homeless. So at this point, I have nothing to gain from you. You think that I would just, me and everyone else would just disappear?
I think we would probably still talk. You seem like that kind of person, but I could be wrong.
What kind of person is that?
Somebody that is interested in talking to me because you think I'm interesting.
Because I can gain something. I'm like,
Yeah, but what you're
satisfy my
gaining
morbid
is-
curiosity. Show me around your box. Show me around your cardboard box. I'm just curious to see what it'll be
I
like.
think that... it's hard to find people with minds that are put together in such a way that you can have an engaging conversation that goes from like a 5th level abstraction down to like a 1st level abstraction. So when you run into those people, I think that the conversation is generally like pretty good. So the other person that Melina brought up before, I had a real life friend named Byron. He had absolutely nothing to gain by associating with him ever, but he really appreciated it. He liked it a lot because we could have conversations that he couldn't have with other people oftentimes. So I would assume you're kind of similar. I mean, maybe not, but it seems like it.
Yeah, I've heard multiple people, including Melina, have told me that I remind you of him.
Yeah.
And I've seen people on your subreddit commenting about being worried about how sensitive I am emotionally.
Okay.
Does that worry you?
What people? I don't worry about what people on my subreddit think.
No. My sensitivity.
A little bit. It doesn't worry about us talking. I just think it inhibits some of your conversations sometimes. I'm used to talking to sensitive people.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. What kind of person was Byron? Or what is the comparison you make?
He's just like, he very much had like a full way of kind of like looking at the world, and if I gave him, there's like a broad way that I could explain to people. I don't know if this dichotomy fits for every single movie, but there's like a broad thing that people can do. I can give somebody an idea, and there's 2 ways that they can process it. The 99% of people is, I give you an idea, and the first thing you do is you run down every group that you belong to figure out how you're supposed to respond to it, and then you give me that expected response. This is the vast majority of conversations. What do you think about, like, this movie? Okay, well, what did XYZ YouTuber movie reviewer think about it? What are the popular media at the time? This is what blah, 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 blah. And that's how, like, most people do it. Occasionally, very rarely, you run into a person like, well, what do you think about this movie? And you can tell that they have some internal schema that they're actually, like, holding this to generate some novel thought that's coming directly from them. And Rekko was able to do that with a lot of stuff. You seem able to do that with a lot of stuff. Hopefully I'm able to do that with a lot of stuff. But yeah, those are the more interesting people to talk to for me.
Because then you're talking to the person and not the...
Yeah, I don't need to know what society's popular view of something is. I can just go look at fucking Reddit or Wikipedia or some shit. I don't need you to regurgitate to me whatever the most popular reviewer or, you know, idea is about something. I don't need that.
I wasn't sure if I wanted to bring up Rick. Okay. It's all tied together. I talked to Melina. Melina talked about you. Talked about Rekkel. Talked about Dr. K. I watched you watch a video about Rekkel and Dr. K. My fans want me to talk to Dr. K. I don't think Dr. K wants to talk to me. It all feels interconnected. Oh, also, you told Melina not to let me mindfuck her.
Oh, that was like a passing joking comment. I feel like you read way more into that.
Yeah, I did. And then I told Melina
situation, and I thought it was correct. And you were arguing against her that it wasn't correct, but I thought she was right. But I was worried she was starting to doubt herself because you're pretty good at convincing people otherwise, even when.
Yeah, so you was not really a joke. It's.
Well, yeah, I guess that's what you mean by mindfuck, but yeah.
Well, you meant it, but it also was funny.
Okay. The best kind of humor has an element of truth to it.
Well, or it is just completely true. Do you want to jump in? So I've just laid out a merry-go-round of interconnected topics. Do you want to steer clear of all of them, or do you want to talk about any of them?
Talk about whatever you want. Whatever your heart desires. Okay.
Of course you'll say that. Let's start with Melina.
Okay.
did you think about? Do you think I mind fucked her?
No, I don't think so. She's got like a pretty strong mind generally.
Yeah. She's pretty pushy.
She can be, yeah. But I think if you're dating me, that the girl is always going to be kind of like that. Because if you're not that, you're
Yeah,
going to
she
get
has to
steamrolled
be.
and
Absolutely.
I'm going to get really bored really quickly.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna attack Dr. K.
Okay.
I don't like what he's doing.
Yep, I remember that part of the conversation.
And after watching you react to the guy's video about Wreckful and Dr. K, I like what he's doing less. But I already want to attack him. Not attack, but assail. Yeah, a challenge. What did you think of Dr. K's video with Melina?
Fuck. It's been a while since I've watched it.
He tried to convince her that she wants to have. Well, this is a short version. He tried to convince her that being non-monogamous with you is her sacrificing herself to make you happy, and then like got her to cry a few times about it, and then basically told her like, are you going to keep living for other people, or are you going to like be your own person and stand up for yourself, basically?
I think that when you hit on something that's exceptional in a person's life, being in an open relationship is a pretty exceptional thing, like an exception to the norm. I think it's
To a
okay
prude.
to question. No, to 99% of humans, okay? Or 98% of humans. I think it's okay to push into that area to see how they feel about it. And it wouldn't surprise me that somebody would ask questions like, do you really want to do this? How do you feel about this? It's causing you problems. Like, are these problems that you want? Are you doing this for yourself or for somebody else? I think it's a fair line of questioning.
I think it's wildly inappropriate. Wait, no. How did you feel? How do you feel? How did you feel watching it? Whether it's fair or not, like this guy is trying to shut down your shit. You have a problem with that?
If Melina decided that she wanted a different type of relationship, that's her decision to make. And if somebody else can talk her out of the one that we're in right now, that means she feels way less strongly about it than I do. So the only thing he could possibly be doing is exposing some fracture that's just going to grow over time anyway. So he would be shortcutting the process.
Okay, so you believe he's stress testing Melina, but you're okay with?
In a way, that's literally kind of my approach to open relationships. That's why I don't care if my partner fucks somebody else, because if they do and then they leave me,
it's
because
stress
they like
testing the
somebody
whole
else more,
relationship.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, well, fuck it. I guess we're gonna work anyway. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend to be monogamous and then like you cheat on me. So like, I don't give a fuck about that. Like, go have fun with other people. If you like somebody else more, then I mean, go have a relationship with them. Not gonna about.
Yeah. If you betray me, you betray me.
I mean, I wouldn't consider it betrayal. I mean, what are the chances of 7 billion people that I'm the best match for you? Like, you can find somebody else and don't let me hold you down.
But that's what love is. When you still care about somebody and still want to be with them, even if they're not the best match, or even if they can't provide you with anything. Even
I
if
don't ever
they're
want to be
homeless.
that person in somebody else's life, so I wouldn't want that person to expect me of them as well. I think there's like a certain level
But then you
of
won't be in
sacrifice.
anybody's life. You're saying it's like you're saying you only deserve to have love or friendship if you are the best person.
Or if at least it feels like,
Like
it
it's a
at the time.
meritocracy.
Now, things that can build into the best can be things that are hard for other people to match. So, for instance, part of the reason why me and Melina are right now the best for each other is because we have like 3 years of experience with each other. I wouldn't expect her to meet somebody, even if they're slightly better than me in other aspects, to all of a sudden meet and beat like that shared history that we have, you know? Like, you do build on things.
Do you not understand why I think that is cynical and sad?
Yeah, of course, I understand.
You're not engaged with
I don't have that part of me that cares about that. So I can restate it back to you, and you can tell me if I understand what you're saying.
Oh, I know you understand it. It's just not.
Okay. Then there's like, you're trying to, when you talk around it, it feels like you're trying to evoke some sense of longing or melancholy or sadness, but I just really don't care that much. It's not something I really
No.
about.
I'm not trying to evoke anything. I just want you to say. I want you to say you don't care. I just want you to answer.
I don't care if Melina ends up finding somebody better than me. I mean, like, I guess
No,
I'd be
do you
disappointed
care?
myself,
Do you get why the idea that you have to be the best possible person and the best possible friend at all times, and if not, if someone wants to just trade you for somebody else, then you're fine with that. You're just, it's like at any moment you're just waiting to be betrayed. So much so that you don't even call it a betrayal.
I don't think I'd get betrayed, though. I think I'm a pretty cool person. I have a hard time believing that somebody I'm close to who spent a great deal of time being close to is just going to trade me out very easily. I would hope that's the case.
But you're also an asshole. By your own admission,
really.
the first time we talked, the first time we talked, you were like, "In my personal life, I'm an asshole."
So, I am an aggressive person, conversationally and comedically, I guess, but I'm not genuine. And I think that's a thing a lot of people have a hard time understanding.
I think you're mean sometimes.
I'm very, very rarely my man. It's incredibly rare.
I think you make cutting remarks sometimes.
Almost, and only to people that I'm like genuinely fighting with, but never to like a friend. Like, there are things that I could joke about with Mr. Mooten or Dan or Melina if I just wanted to be mean, but I stay away from those topics pretty far. And if you ever have the chance to interview people I've been with on stream a lot, you can ask Lauren. Like, there are times where I'll tell people, I'm like, in DMs, be like, hey, if there's like a topic that you don't want me to touch, or you don't want me to joke about, or something you want to do, like, I'm totally cool staying off of that. Like, when I'm being mean, it's like mean in a funny way that I hope they can push back on and deal with, but it's not like I'm trying to find what are the things that hurt you the most that I'm going to joke about. That's not usually my approach, or it's never my approach. So I'm trying to be friendly.
Do you think you have a reputation for being mean?
Yeah, but I think it's because most people don't understand what that means.
Are we having a semantic problem?
No, it's a relation to understanding how other people feel. Here's like the issue, okay? Somebody will see me with a girl, okay? And a girl says something like, I really like Blink-182. And I say, Blink-182? That's a dog shit band. Why do you listen to such garbage music? And then like we'll laugh and joke about it. And somebody will see that behavior and they'll go, okay, I'm gonna be like Destiny. So then they find a girl in real life like, hey, what's up? And the girl's like, hey, how's it going? And the guy's like, you're really fucking fat. It's like I'm doing like the Destiny thing where I'm being mean to them, and now it's gonna, and they're like, wait, this doesn't work at all. And I've seen fans like firsthand that are like friends of friends interact with people like that. Like, oh, this guy's like a really big fan of you, so he's an asshole to everybody. And then when I see it like talking, I'm like, wait, hold on. This guy's not being like mean funny. This guy's just being really mean. Like, these aren't like jokes. There's not like everybody can share in and laugh and go back and forth. He's just like really fucking mean. So I think people have a hard time. I'll call it like chemistry or something, where I say like the way that you associate with people, but I can find people and joke with them in aggressive ways that's pushing or testing boundaries, but it's actually like done in a really respectful manner, and I'm not actually trying to upset somebody or actually trying to dig in and make somebody feel bad about themselves.
Okay.
And I think sometimes people see me do that and they think, oh, that's just us being mean. But there's like a dance or a process here where I'm actually being pretty careful at what I'm joking about.
Okay, so you think that people are misunderstanding these interactions. They're misreading both you and the person you're supposedly being mean to. You're being aggressive and playful, but you generally are not mean.
For sure.
Okay. How do you feel about me criticizing Dr. K?
I understand your criticism. It's going to come down to like you seem a little bit more like action oriented. Like, is a particular action good or bad? Whereas I'm like a little bit more, well, let's see how it affects everybody oriented. So like Dr. K, you can argue it's like, okay, well, this quasi like entertainment / therapy is a little bit irresponsible. But I think at the end of the day, I'll say, well, how many people are now engaging in more productive conversations about this? How, even if he is like a little bit exploitative, I think at the end of the day, it's worth it.
I have an advice show.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen it at all?
I've seen a couple things of it, but I've been traveling this whole past couple weeks, so I haven't seen much of anything yet.
Well, yeah, I'm not taking it personally. I'm just curious.
Well, I just answered the question. It wasn't meant to be personal enough.
Well, it felt personal.
Okay. I don't watch it because it sucks. Why the fuck would I take advice from you?
Just
You're
like
a fucking
Blink
loser. Like Blink 182, yeah.
Yeah. So I wrestle with like the responsibility of that. Some of my mods and the Discord mods were like, we should have like a resource center, because every call, almost every call ends with me telling the person to go to therapy.
Sure. Which is not helpful, but yeah.
Why not?
I hate it when people say that, because it's like every advice like go to therapy. It's like, okay, well, I'm talking to you obviously because I'm not in therapy. Don't fucking tell me to go to therapy.
But you should.
Yeah, everybody should if they have problems that they feel like they can't resolve with themselves. Yeah.
Do you think Bosch should go to therapy?
I don't know if I know him personally enough to say if he should.
What if you had to guess?
If I had to guess, I'd say probably not. I think most of his problems lie with like trying to be a public figure and making money and growing his platform, not with having like actual self issues that he needs a therapist to diagnose.
He should retire.
I don't. Why should he retire?
Well, he's having problems. We agree with that, right?
What do you mean? How?
I don't know. He just seems like a troubled person.
No, I don't think so. He seems like he's doing really well. He's got 2 channels. They're both doing pretty well. He's got a pretty loyal audience. He's making a ton of money. He grew incredibly quickly in like a year. He basically hit my size on YouTube.
Well, those are just numbers.
Sure, and so far as his personal life goes, I don't want
You
his
see,
streams to know. But maybe do you think his personal life is like really bad or something? Or?
I think maybe we have different definitions of when someone seems troubled. To me,
I mean, I'm just looking from a business.
He seems like he's on the verge of like snapping at all times. He seems like yeah, kind of, yeah.
Oh, I don't think so. He seems pretty normal. I think that he approaches some people, me especially, with a very big amount of vitriol, but he doesn't seem like he's close to snapping or anything. But,
Okay, I guess maybe I think a lot more people should go to therapy than you think. Do you think I should go to therapy?
I don't know you enough to say. I'm not sure.
You don't want to guess.
Probably not. I don't think so. But maybe if you want to.
Okay.
Not sure.
And you don't think you should go to therapy?
Absolutely.
Why not?
Because I ain't got the time for that. I'm trying to climb the Masters on the Rift. Okay, I'm going big with Mr. and Mrs. in the league. I think that therapists are there to provide you tools to deal with issues in your life that you feel like you don't have the ability to deal with. And I don't feel like there are any parts of my life that I am incapable of dealing with, so I need some external, like, motivator or somebody to supply me with the tools to analyze or deal with things.
I have a different view of therapy.
Okay.
I think the therapist is there to provide you with unconditional support and love in a safely transactional relationship. Or not love, but intimacy. Unconditional intimacy and caretaking in a transactional relationship, which provides safety in the transactionality. So you know if you pay your whatever $123, then they're going to show up for you, and you don't have to worry about that calculation that you do when you decide if you can trust somebody is completely removed.
Okay.
You can't trust them. What do you disagree about?
I don't think a therapist should be there to provide unconditional anything. A therapist should serve to challenge you in some ways. Now, he's challenging you in a way that isn't attacking you, but it's to provide you with some level of insight or tools to like overcome
Absolutely. I'm not saying they shouldn't challenge you. I'm saying unconditional in the sense that they're not going to leave or disappear if you do or say something they don't like.
Oh,
Obviously,
sure. In that sense, I would
there's
agree,
there's a limit. Like if you try to grope them or something, like
Sure.
you're gonna be gone. But I'm saying that
Okay, sure.
beyond a normal friendship or even normal like marriage, the therapist, if you pay your X dollars, they're there for you in a way that maybe only a parent could otherwise be expected to be.
Yeah, I would agree with that, sure.
Okay, so you think, anyway, well, okay, my point is that at the end of every call, I tell the person go to therapy because I can't fucking help you, and you need help. Dr. K doesn't do that. I'm also not a therapist.
Okay.
So I want to acknowledge that I do have an advice show, and I do exploit people for money. They're not on camera. And the conversations are very focused to one issue. So the person says, how come I blah 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 every time I blah blah blah? Well, I don't want to give any examples because I'm going to accidentally blurt out a real one. But and then I say what I think, and then I say go to therapy, and then that's it.
Okay.
So I just want to disclose that. That said, okay, you're saying that you're okay with Dr. K sort of digging around in people's minds, semi to help them, semi for content, and all the wonderful gray area in between.
Yeah.
Because you think the net effect, even though you think it is at times irresponsible and maybe even harmful, the net effect is positive.
The net effect is positive. I don't know how much of it is actually harmful to an individual. I'd have to think about that.
Okay, and so when I asked how you feel about me criticizing him, you said you get what I'm saying, but you think that overall he has a net positive effect on the world. Because people go to therapy, which you think is also a stupid waste of time. But you're
No, well, hold on, wait. I never said that. I said
Okay.
it's a waste of time to tell everybody to go to therapy, but I think there
Isn't
can
that
be
what he's-
huge advantages here.
Isn't that what he's doing? You're saying that he's not telling people to go to therapy, he's showing them what they could get by going, or you think he's
Yeah,
giving people the
potentially.
tools directly that they might get from therapy and they can just have it from him instead? Or some
Possibly
combination. Okay.
But maybe some people take something of value from that therapy, or maybe other people think like, wow, a conversation like this would be really good for me, so they go get therapy.
Okay. Is there are you gonna tell me how you feel about me then criticizing him, or no? You're not exactly answering.
Yeah, you're free to criticize whatever.
I know.
Fundamentally
This is
disagree
America.
Yeah, but I think we fundamentally disagree on what's good and bad. So I mean, like, we're gonna disagree on what things are good or bad.
Do you think it would be bad for me to criticize him?
You can criticize him if you want. I think it would be
I
bad
know.
from my point of view because I think he does. I think he contributes more good, way more good than potential harm.
What if he needs to be challenged and then he can do
How can he be challenged? Like enter into an actual patient-therapist relationship and then get consent to stream the therapy sessions, or?
No, I think just his. I think he should continue to talk about the ideas he talks about. I just think the way he's doing it is unethical.
It doesn't really work unless you have a person to talk to, though, no?
I don't think what he's doing is therapy.
I think it's therapy.
It's, well, it's a weird sandwich of lies. He's saying it's not therapy.
I don't care what
for
he
liability,
says. Yeah,
for liability purposes,
yeah.
yes.
But it absolutely is therapy, right?
But then it is therapy.
Mhm.
But then I think because of the way he's doing it, it's not therapy. It can't be.
Well, there are parts of therapy that should be there that aren't there. So there's no liability, there's no checking up afterwards,
There's no fucking audience when you're in therapy.
Sure, yeah, that's a big difference too. Yeah, for sure.
Every time he does a session, he's also thinking like, well, you know, there's 5,000 people watching, so are you gonna fucking cry or what?
No, I don't think it's that. Now you're being the cynical one.
Why?
I don't think he's that oriented in that direction.
When he had like a technical problem when he was talking to Melina, and he said, he was like, fuck, right when we're at the climax.
I mean, an emotional climax can be a big moment in therapy. It doesn't mean that.
I've never seen a therapist say that in person. He's making.
Well, probably
because
because they're not having technical issues in person, right? They're just
no,
talking
and
face-to-face.
in person, they've never heard a therapist refer to the climax of a session. That's like that's film terminology. It's like he's making a movie.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go at him pretty hard, I think. So I just wanted to know.
See if you can get a conversation with him. Yeah.
I can't. I tried. All right. You have anything else to say about any of that?
Dr. K. No. Good luck. Do what you want.
Good luck, buddy. Have fun.
Good luck.
Be
Have fun.
safe.
Be safe.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Next topic. Fans. How do you feel about having fans? How do you feel about fans?
Validates my ideas. Makes me more important. Makes me a lot of money. It's probably a good thing, right?
There's good parts of it. There's some bad parts of it too, though.
Sure. Like what? Like expectations public has with you? That they are anti-fans or what?
I'm finding a few main things.
Okay.
One, they don't actually care about you. They care about what you could do for them, which is you pathologically equate the two, but I don't think they're the same.
Some percentage of them probably genuinely care about you, and then probably a larger percentage care about what they can get from you.
Yes. Okay, so you on some level you do know there is a difference between those two. You may
Of course
operate
there
as
is, yeah.
well, yeah, but you operate as though they're the same. You talk as though they're the same, but that's you being self-protective. They're not
No,
actually the same. You
it's-
know that there is a way people can care about you beyond what they can get from you. You know that.
It just depends on how we define that. What can people get from you? Because those
Don't
can be
do
like
this.
emotional things they can get from you. It
No.
can be experiences they get from you. So that's just.
You know there's a difference. You know there can
Okay.
be a difference, and you know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Where you want to go with this?
There was a post on Reddit today that said you should stop doing that. See it? It's like,
Saying okay.
Yeah, when you disagree with
Well, I'm
something, you
acknowledging
should-
what you're
that
saying,
You
and
should,
I'm asking-
your fans want you to say 2 succinct sentences to explain why you disagree with what I've just said.
Okay, the reason why I disagree is because I think that people are getting something out of you, but when I say that, people view it in a very materialistic or silly sense, like, oh, like you're giving them money, or oh, like you're having sex with them. But I think there's a lot of things that we can get from other people that make it worthwhile. So, for instance, we can get the warmth or enjoyment of being next to somebody we love. We can get like a pleasurable conversation or an experience that is fun, like playing games. There are other things you can get that are a little bit more immaterial than like
Okay.
the very shallow material. No, hold on. You told me to explain it, and now I'm going to explain it. Okay? There are
Well, I
things
said
we
2
can get from
succinct
people.
sentences, but go ahead.
This is all one big run-on sentence so far. Okay? I
Okay.
haven't even gotten to sentence number 2 yet. Okay?
Okay.
And this is all just a hyphenated part in the middle. Okay, so I'm going to finish my first one. Okay? There are things that we can get from people that are relatively immaterial. When all of the material and immaterial things disappear, I think it's very hard for people to want to stick around. Now, when I say that, again, people are like, oh, what, you can't get money? Well, no, but like, let's say you have a friend and they're no longer nice to you. They don't treat you well. You don't have fun conversations. You don't play any games. Eventually, you're gonna like ghost them or stop being friends with them. Because there's no point there. You don't get anything from it. So that's what I mean when I say that like relationships are somewhat transactional, that you're getting something. But I don't mean it in like a very materialistic or shallow or vain sense. I mean that there are other things you get from people.
Okay.
Well, are you gonna explain why you disagree? Or you're just gonna say okay to me?
Okay. No. That was a different okay. That was a, okay, I'm getting ready. You. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know. I am gonna explain. Okay. Part of what I get from you is knowing that you're alive and that you're safe and doing okay. And so when you say, so I would call that caring about you. And then you being nice to me, you agreeing to let me interview you on stream, you know, whatever else you do or have done for me. Those are things, you being interesting to talk to, those are all things I would say I get from you. But there's like a core of caring about your well-being, of caring about you existing. That is, I would say, you could draw a line there and call that caring about you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for a level of intellectual honesty, knowing that you're incentivized to say something contrary, but I mean, I'll ask anyway. Let's say that you started messaging me, and I was like, I just type like, okay, or fuck off, or like, I don't care anymore, okay? Like, I'm doing my shit, like, do your thing, go make more pretentious YouTube videos, like, go stream, I don't care, have fun. If I started to say that to you every time you messaged me, would you have some internal care for me indefinitely? Or would that not fade over time as you realize, okay, well, this is really shitty. Like, all of these experiences are sucking. I'm not getting anything out of this.
The caring about the parts that I get from you? The things I get from you?
You said there was some intrinsic, universal, material care for just me existing. Are you going to be, like, watching through the window to make sure I'm still existing in a happy manner, even if I don't even want you in my front yard anymore? Even if I'm, like, if I'm never interacting with you, I don't have any positive spaces, no conversations, like, is that still some part of you that's going to, like, forever be with me, monitoring my existence?
There are people I have said I would care about forever, who I don't anymore. So I know that's possible.
Okay, probably because you don't get anything from those people at all anymore. There are no more positive experiences shared. Anything like...
I think I was a bit delusional about the nature of my relationships with them, and it betrayed me. However, those were also relationships I was very dependent on for like emotional stability. And while I think you lean on any friendship for emotional stability, if you started doing that now, I wouldn't feel like you had yanked out like a support pillar from my like emotional support system. You know what? I don't actually, thinking about the people I'm talking about, I'm really angry at them, but I don't know that it's true that I don't care about them.
Okay. The way that I would interact with that is I would say that you care about some entity that doesn't exist anymore. There was some past person or set of experiences that you enjoyed if you cared about that, but either the person changed or your perception of them changed such that whatever exists now is not something that you want to engage with anymore or have positive experience with. That's how I would view it.
My perception of you includes the idea that you would suddenly become very cold and disinterested in talking to me.
I don't think so.
That's what they say.
I don't think that's how you internally view it, though. Even if you tell yourself that. I think that if tomorrow, if I would...
No, I would be shocked and hurt. I'm just saying I
Yeah.
don't think it's impossible. I would be very hurt.
Sure, but your perception of me, the way that you would feel about me, would change following the function of what
And
I
yet
do
I
with
think
you.
I would still care about you.
I think you would care about an idea of me that isn't necessarily mapped onto reality anymore.
I think you underestimate how much what you've done for me means to me.
I hope it means quite a bit. But like, say
I think
tomorrow,
I could
do worse.
I think it,
Say tomorrow I showed up and I murdered your girlfriend and I cut off your arm.
and my arm. I was gonna say fine to the first part.
Yeah, and your arm, right?
Then
I mean, like,
then that would be a pretty serious crossing of my boundaries.
There are like ideas of I can think of old girlfriends in high school
Okay,
that
the
I like
example
still
you-
that I still care about, but like not really. I remember who they were when I was 15, but I don't know if they're like that anymore. Like, do I truly have that care? Like, I'm not sure. That's not really right. There's an idea of them that I care about, but I don't know how much that maps onto reality anymore.
Okay, but the example you gave me is you being cold and distant. You're pushing me away somehow. My sense is that you do push people away. I've heard that, and I have felt it a little. Not a lot.
What do you mean you felt it? Like I'm doing it to you?
Sometimes. Just a little.
I offered to hop on and have the convo with you after the Lawrence Southern. I agreed to do this. I think.
You're also often warm and don't.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty communicative. No?
Yeah. But there is another part of you that is like.
I don't
Keeps
think
people
so.
at a, you don't think you keep people at a distance?
I think people keep themselves at a
I
distance because
don't-
I think they create this illusion in their mind that Destiny's not trusting, so I'm going to be careful about this because he's pushing me away.
But you know, like everybody thinks this about you.
Yeah, of course.
Well, you think it's a misunderstanding.
Yeah, it is. Although not all the time. Sometimes I want people to get away from it. But I think it's usually pretty obvious to read the signal or the signs.
I'm not saying it's totally voluntary. I'm not saying you're intentionally trying to do it. I just feel like sometimes you're like, I don't know.
What your verbiage is confusing, but I understand what you're saying, right? Because when you say push somebody away, there's an intentionality there that is kind of implied. But you're just saying that by virtue of who I am, like I tend to push people away. I can probably agree with that, sure.
You never want to be in the position of. I guess you're not very vulnerable.
I'm not very vulnerable.
Yeah, and so I think that leads to you're usually not in the position of being reaching out with the risk of being rejected.
Kind of. I'm not very vulnerable, but it's not because I'm hiding it. It's just because I don't have very many vulnerabilities. Like I'm a pretty confident person. I feel pretty strongly about most of my things. There's not like a lot to dig around, and it's like this is something I'm secretly like really worried about.
I think if I matched your level of reaching out to the other person, we would settle at a more distant place. I think if we're gonna be like friends, I feel like it's gonna be more up to me to be like.
That's
hey,
probably
Steven.
true, because I'll respond to every message, but it's pretty rare that I'll shoot one off.
Yeah. So I guess that's what I mean. It's not that you're actively pushing people away, but I feel like you're you know. And like professionally, you're in a position where like you don't have to do that. But then that creates a weird dynamic because then every time I reach out to you,
You feel like you're asking for something. That's fair. I understand.
right.
Yeah, it's not good. That's probably something I should work on personally, because it gives people that impression.
Yes, and that combined with the, you know, professional situation, it's very, that makes it harder.
Right.
And that combined with you thinking that people only care about what they can get from you can see why, you know, why I'm thinking about this.
Could I ask you to reflect on that? For like 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, because I really just want to go downstairs and get a candy bar. I'm really hungry. Can I do that really quick? Be right back, okay? Hold on.
Okay.
This isn't me running away from the conversation, I promise. 1 second.
Okay. Let's check the chat. Let's reflect. Candy bar sounds pretty good. Candy bar tactics. Hey Stardust. He's avoiding his emotions. That's what candy bars are for. Dr. K really does one-on-one interviews anymore. He did one this morning, motherfucker. He's very much capable of making content that isn't a therapy session format. Great. Okay, great. So then he should stop. Boshed. Wow, I don't want to respond to any of the stuff you guys are saying. I'll laugh at it though. You're sorry for telling me to talk to someone in the DMs. I'm not talking about any specific person. And I'm not even telling people not to do it. I'm saying that I have become a fountain of money and attention and warmth and sparkles. And people want to bring buckets to me and fill their buckets up. And I've never had that experience before of, like, I've had the experience of people liking me and even feeling used in the way people like me, where they're like, I feel like you could make me feel special, or you could make me feel good, or like, I don't know, it's like it's like when someone's attracted to you, like they like you, they're attracted to you, but they also want to like get themselves off using you. But this is even more removed because it's not you want to use the audience that is like attached to me, you know? And so it's like you're using me, but you're not even using me. You want to use the fans or the attention. And it's like a second level of removal. I guess I'll talk about this more. Change your name to Mr. Soy. You're not reflecting if you're looking at chat. That's true. I don't think he really wanted me to reflect that. I think he was just fucking with me. Dr. K definitely recommends therapy to people after his shows. Yes, but he also owns a coaching business. So, Healthy Gamer coaches trained by Dr. K. So he can recommend therapy, but also you can sign up with one of his coaches. You know what I'm saying? There's a conflict of interest there. I have a lot of issues with it. When am I getting partnered? I don't know. Maybe never. Just for reference, Dr. K does do the thing where he tells people to go to therapy. Okay, yeah, I'm not. Hey, I'm gonna look at this very carefully before I make any definitive statements. But what I meant was I don't see him saying, I can't help you, you need to go to therapy. I see him saying, I can help you, and I will show you how, and I will try to help you as much as I can in this time. And this basically is therapy. He's trying to have it both ways. It's not therapy, but it is. Go to therapy, but I don't want to touch your business. Stop bringing up Dr. K chat, you baiters. Yeah. Are the allegations about you true? I don't know. Are there any allegations about? I don't think I have any accusers yet. Play Halo with me. I should be fucking playing. You should go hide, and when he comes back, jump up and scare him. I don't think that's the right tone, Stardust. I don't think it's a good idea. Where'd you get your big water jug? The real questions. Amazon.com. Do you have any planned content with Shaylin? What I've seen has been really, really good. Yes. I had an idea. We were on a hike, and there was a picnic table, looking desolate and lonely, and I was like, I know what we have to do. She agreed, and I just got these new LED lights. They're battery powered, so I can actually light it. Okay. I'm assuming you got rid of the Scarlet Red box of awfulness. No, I got a cloud lifter for the SM7B. It's not. This is actually my old mic. I used this. This is my I Kill Pedophiles mic, but for most of the album I used the other one. Love my shirt. Thank you. A Shaylin original. Me crawling out of a cabinet naked from my video. I'm a YouTuber. Stardust is sus, yeah. It's more like Star says. Please keep rejecting Has infrared. Has or Haas? I don't know how to pronounce that. I'll ask this. Is he a bad person? I feel like he's pretending. My sense is that he actually freaks out and then pretends it was a joke, and it kind of is and kind of isn't. I've done that before too, where you're like really mad, but it's also kind of funny. Even if Destiny became cold to you, would you still say that he would represent a valued ideal you want to see in the world? Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking about like my ex-wife. I care about her, and I want the best for her. Despite feeling extremely betrayed. So, yeah. I feel like it's complicated. We're gonna have to talk a little bit more about
I feel like you reflected adequately enough.
Yeah, I'm ready now. Thank you for allowing me to have that space to do that.
No problem. You know, Dr. K in his shows a lot, he likes to take a minute to be quiet and meditate, so I just wanted to emulate the experience.
Yeah, I need a candy bar. What kind of candy bar?
Kit Kat bar, you know, the best.
Nice. Okay, so you're gonna reach out to me more. I appreciate that.
Did I say that?
You said you're gonna work on it, and I have no doubt you'll be successful.
Okay, I'll try.
Yeah.
I just had a lot of drama with an X on stream because he thinks I didn't reach out enough. We'll see.
Yeah, do you want to talk about everybody's in the chat is telling me to ask you about all the people who you know they're telling me to ask you about. I wasn't really planning on doing that because I feel like I don't know. Actually don't know why.
Whatever you want to talk about. I'm here for you to pry, okay? My brain is open to you.
Yeah. I don't want to mind fuck you.
I am unmind fuckable. Don't worry.
I know, but you see how that concerns me. Because
Why?
Because everyone's mind fuckable. And then, so you're telling me just do whatever, but I don't. That makes me feel more worried.
Why? If you give me enough drugs, you can mind fuck me, but I can have challenging conversations. Don't worry.
Well, I think we're already having a challenging conversation.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't mean challenging like you can't like stomach it. I just mean like I don't know. I feel like we're.
Okay.
You're not happy with your lighting?
I keep having to turn the exposure to the camera up because the sun is setting. I was relying on a lot of the natural light. I have a smaller lamp over there, but it's not adequate, so.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Keep going.
I care about my ex-wife.
Weird. I'm just kidding. I have an ex-wife. I care about her a lot as well.
I figured. So I can't imagine. Yeah. There's stuff you could do. It's a spectrum, Steven. There's stuff you could do to make me hate you. Probably. But within the reasonable, normal asshole things that you are more likely to actually do, my feeling of caring about you does feel pretty unshakable as the part that's disconnected from whatever pleasantries I get from you. And I think part of that is because I'm less of a sociopath than you think I am. And part is that I think I value what you've done for me already more than you think.
Okay. I'm not here to argue with you over how you view a relationship, so I mean, if that's how you want to do it, that's fine.
Also, I think I value you as just like a person, separate from both of those.
Okay, like, that's good, I guess. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, I don't want to like enumerate the reasons why because I feel like it cheapens it. But
I don't really want to say anything because I don't want to fight about this because I think we just disagree. But the challenge that I would put is that if we say there is a form and a function, if we say there's a person and there are things that person does, I think that at some point we start to roll some of the actions into the person themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So we say like, well, I like you as a person regardless of your actions.
Well, you
really
are
mean
what
to say
you
is
do.
there's some exactly. So that's why I'm saying if I change my actions sufficiently, you no longer care about me as a person because you never cared about me solely as a human being person. You cared about me because my default set of actions is something that is like highly.
Sure. Yes. So
Yeah,
if you kill me or cut my arms off, you will have added a new data point to my graph of you that changes the rest of it so much that I'll feel like I didn't know you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or I'll be sufficiently changed such that I won't be the same thing that you originally liked. And now,
Okay, but
yeah.
bridge burning or having some falling out with me is already on my graph of you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So that wouldn't fundamentally shake me caring about you, even if you do some like petty shit.
Okay. Gotcha.
How do you pronounce Infrared's name? Haas or Has? Haas?
Pause.
He blocked me from his chat and then asked me to go on his stream a day later.
Yeah.
He said no.
Damn. I could have invited him here for this interview. I think he's in LA right now. Oh man.
Yeah, I think so too. I feel like that might change the dynamic a little.
Probably will.
Okay, so when I'm talking about fans, most of them don't care about you, and as in the way that I'm defining it. And yet they feel entitled to you as if they did.
Sometimes, yeah.
Like that Reddit post, they're always giving you feedback. It's presented as you want feedback. You're a smart guy. You want to be even better at what you do, and so we're just trying to help. But it's also controlling. So like I get a lot of messages and emails. They're like, "Hey, I love what you're doing." But I just think that if you could maybe, change this little part of it, it would be even better. And it pisses me off.
Tell people. Just say, I don't want emails giving me content critique. I do what I do. Fuck you. And if people stop emailing you about it, I guess, right?
Yeah, maybe. I think I've been pretty explicit that I don't want critique from the general public of how I communicate with people. I actually do want that from but not the average person, and not the average content creator.
Okay. I think I'm giving you feedback when I think it's appropriate, right? Like after the last Lawrence Southern conversation.
I think you should give me feedback whenever you feel like it.
Sure, but I mean, different things. But I don't have time to watch a bunch of streams all the time. So, yeah.
Well, I think you should make time. No, I want to have a relationship with you where you give me feedback. I don't want that with people I don't know.
Sure, I understand. That's
Like
pretty
it's
normal.
not true. It's not entirely true. I don't know what it is. It's not that I don't want feedback. It's
Feedback has to come from a place of area, some place that you respect, where you think you're going to get something where the person has something worth saying.
Yeah, I don't want feedback from somebody who doesn't have a profile picture on Twitter and has 0 followers, and who I have no reason to, who is just telling me their personal. It's like that's a comment. I think that is fine in the comment section or the chat. That's where that stuff should go. But it feels like there's a certain entitlement of people ask me to get in a Discord call so they can tell me what I'm doing wrong. I assume this happens to you every 5 seconds.
Yeah, I just delete them or tell them to fuck off.
But how do you feel about it?
Even if I don't agree with the feedback that people give me, I think it's good to be aware of the feedback because it shows that people are perceiving me in a certain way, and I want to be aware of how people are perceiving me because it's pretty important to what I'm trying to do. Yeah.
Okay, but how do you feel? Yeah. That's why I don't tell people to fuck off. But why? But how do you? Does it bother you?
No, I intellectualize most of the external, nothing emotion. It's very hard to emotionally get to me from outside of a very, very, very narrow set of people. You can make me angry. I'll get mad when people say dumb shit.
Your paranoid view that everyone is sociopathic is reinforced by the way you have set your life up, and you have now made it true.
Okay. I disagree with 3 parts of that, but okay.
That now there are hundreds of thousands of people, if not more, who behave toward you in the exact way that you think other people are. You get what I'm saying? You're people don't care about you. They only care what they can get from you. That is what a fan is But now, because you're like okay with that, or you even expect it, it has allowed you to emotionally weather creating that nightmare, and now it's true. You've made it come true. So now 99% of the people you interact with on a day-to-day basis actually only care about what they can get from you. That's not normal. But now it's everywhere. And now it's happening to me. I can see, I'm like, these things happen to me and I'm like, wow, I can see why Steven is the way he is. I can see what happened to him. But I know that I think it's a chicken or the egg thing. I know that you also came to think this before this all happened.
Yeah, this was because I felt this way for the vast majority of my life, way before.
I know, but it's allowed you to.
Stuff.
It's allowed you to stomach.
So the way that I see it is I have ways of viewing the world, and I have ways of viewing people, and insofar as the ways I view people allow me to make accurate predictions about the behavior, I'll continue to believe those things. If I were to run up against a whole bunch of people that defied my expectations, I'd probably change the way that I view those people in general.
I know, but you see what I'm saying? You're reinforcing your expectations.
No, I don't agree with that. I understand why. Oh shit! Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, I think that it might be that the conversation is going to break here, or because you're convinced of something that is not true, but I don't know if I can move you off of it, and I understand why. So, hold on, wait. I engage as openly and as warmly with people as I ever could, even if I fully trust it. I understand why you think I'm a guarded person, and you're essentially saying that I'm engaging in a limited type of interaction with people that's only going to reinforce the negative thoughts I have about how people act, because I'm acting towards people in a way where they can only ever act in a way that satisfies the negative views that I have of people in general.
Okay. Can I reflect this back?
Go for it.
You are a guarded person and not trusting, but you have a simulation of how you would act if you were trusting running in your brain, and you make decisions based on that.
No, I associate with people in ways that I think are entertaining, and I don't care. I don't think about this thing. I understand that you want to talk about this thing, and you want to talk about how I think about this. I don't think about this thing.
I know.
Like you're trying to have
I'm
a
not
conversation
saying
that
you
I
think
don't
about
internally.
it.
Yeah. So like
I'm
when I
saying it's
saw your
happening.
content, I never made the calculation of what are the chances that he's going to backstab me. What are the I just not even. I'm going to factor it into my head. It's more just I see an interesting person, and I want to associate with this person and talk to this person. That's it. That's literally
I'm talking about an unconscious belief.
If what you're talking about is truly unconscious, if what you're talking about is truly unconscious, then we can't talk about it because I don't know about it because it's unconscious, right?
Well, then I want you to see what I think.
I know what you think because that's what every single person says about me. I really understand this. That I have some guarded way of associating with people where I'm keeping.
I've never heard anybody say what I just said.
Okay, I feel like I hear it quite a bit, but
no one has. I've never heard anyone say you are uniquely suited. Well, except you almost said it when you're talking to Dr. K. That you said this part. You said you're uniquely suited to deal with the life of a streamer.
Yeah.
I believe part of why you're uniquely suited to that is that fans behave in the sociopathic way that you expect everyone to behave anyway.
Everybody in my life has behaved that way prior to me ever becoming a streamer. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I
also,
understand
the heuristics
that.
are shaped from prior to streaming.
I know that.
And my behavior now isn't shaped by interactions with fans. It's other people. It's other streamers. It's other people in my personal life. It's other people in my professional life.
I know, but I'm saying that I'm saying that it's weighing on me heavily to have fans interacting with me in this way where they want to talk to me, but I can tell they don't actually give a shit about me. I don't think it bothers you as much because I think you're used to it. You're used to feeling that that's what people are going to do. I'm saying, from what you're saying, people have been doing it to you your whole life, so what's another million on top?
Sure, so then what's the goal, I guess, or what are you trying to get out of this part of the conversation, I guess?
I just want to see what you think of that idea, of that way of looking at it, that you you were treated a certain way, it gave you this worldview, but you are now reinforcing it by surrounding yourself with fans. Do you see? Do you? No, I'm not. Do you see why I am saying that?
Let me restate this back at you. So you're saying that I have a negative view of people trying to use me, kind of. But when I'm associating with a lot of fans, of course that's going to be the case. So I'm just reinforcing my negative view of people by doing that.
Yeah, that, and then the flip side of the coin is that it makes you very good at dealing with the pressure of it because you've always done it.
Okay, what do you think there's a way that I'm acting incorrectly, or would you change something, or should I be trying to change something, or?
Well, the thing I would change, if I could change anything about you, would make your job much harder for you and much more painful. Which I think you acknowledged somewhat. You said, like, if I get more in touch with my emotions, it might make me less suited to my career.
Well, I've thought about that a lot. I don't think that is the case. I think I'm pretty in touch with my emotions. I just don't think there's much there. That sounds kind of weird to say, but I think I've spent a lot of time over the past year thinking about that, and I think I've figured most of it out. I don't think there's just some deep hidden part of me that wants to be more emotionally vulnerable to people. I just don't think that's the kind of person I am.
There's a non-hidden part of me that wants you to be more emotionally vulnerable. Possibly at the cost of you being able to do what you're doing in the way that you're doing it.
I understand what you're saying. In
Good.
your mind, the challenging part of this conversation is me trying to do something that might inhibit my ability to do my career. But what I'm telling you is the challenging part is before that. It's that I don't know if those like deeper, emotionally vulnerable things even exist in me. I don't think I'm that kind of person. That's what I'm trying to say.
A human person.
Or whatever. I think that just different people can process emotions in different ways, and I just think I'm not a very emotional person.
I think you are.
Okay. Well, we can't really. I don't know how we resolve disagreements over who I think I am, but.
I don't know if we have to.
Okay. Well.
Could you retire?
And live off of my money, or?
Yeah.
I think I could. I think so.
You stream a lot.
I do. I like it. It's really fun for me.
I want us to assume that the following questions are not an attempt to circumvent or rationalize my earlier position or to get you to agree with me. I'm not trying to change your opinion of yourself. I just have some questions that are semi-related, but are not. I'm not trying to argue with you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. You stream a lot because you like it.
Yeah.
Do you think you're a workaholic?
I think so, yeah. I spend a lot of time working, and when I'm not working, I get a little bit worried sometimes, so probably, yeah.
What do you get worried about?
I guess it's kind of true in the streaming world, but I always get the impression that, like, if I'm not moving forward, I'm kind of falling behind.
Yeah.
And you're missing out on a lot of potentially big events if you're not, like, constantly in tune or whatever. I mean, I could probably go with that. I mean, like, sometimes I've taken vacations and I've chilled on streaming for a bit, so I mean, I can do it, but I really enjoy working for the day.
My friend was trying to get me to take a day off. And I said it's weird because it's like you should strike while the iron's hot. But then when you strike, it just gets hotter. And I was like, basically, I feel like I'm just going to be working more and more until I screw up so monumentally that I just have to take a break.
Yeah, you can also fall into this weird trap where it's like, I need to work right now because I'm getting a ton of viewers, and why the fuck would I throw away this opportunity? But then
Right.
when they start to slide, you're like, okay, well, I'm losing viewers or I'm low on viewers. I need to work right now so that I can get my viewers back. So you can get like in
Yeah.
this never-ending treadmill of
That's how these companies want you to think. They want you to be addicted to the gamification of it, so that no matter what happens, you think it means that you should work more.
I don't think Twitch is that purposeful for how they do things, but I mean, it benefits them, I guess, in a roundabout way, yeah.
I mean, they got those bars and graphs that are so nice to look at. All those exclamation points.
True.
Okay. Okay. So what's bad about you being a workaholic? Is there anything?
My personal relationships can suffer if I'm not thinking about them enough. So like Melina will get irritated if I'm spending too much time working and streaming and then not like allotting some time to my personal relationships.
Do you play any other games other than League?
Usually like resource management games. Sometimes I'll play like single player games. That's what's going on.
Like what?
Like which single player games do I play or?
Yeah.
I guess growing up I played a lot of like JRPGs. These days it'll be whatever, I guess a really popular game that I should play, I guess. So like, I played through The Witcher 3. Probably should have played God of War, but I didn't. I need to play The Last of Us 2. I played The Last of Us 1.
I'm a big fan
whatever,
of The Last
like,
of Us too.
Okay. Yeah, whatever the, I guess whatever's like poppin' at that point in time, yeah. I played through
Sometimes I think about asking you to play video games.
What kind of like multiplayer games do you play?
I play The Last of Us.
Is that multiplayer?
Yes. It's the best multiplayer of any video game ever.
Okay, I don't believe you, but...
It is. Objectively, it is the best multiplayer of any video game ever. And so few people play it that when I play with Jimmy, my friend and editor, my no man, we join separately so that we can be on separate teams, like we'll get put in the same match. And so few people play it that it takes like 2 minutes to get. It's like there's only ever like 30 people playing it at any given time, but they're always playing it. And like you'll play against the same. There's people I've been playing against for years, like for 6 years, just the same names, all maxed out on everything.
Wait, The Last of Us 2?
The Last of Us 1.
Oh, that game had a multiplayer. Oh, okay. Apparently, a lot of people in chat are saying it was actually really good. So
It is still it's currently.
what is it? Are like some of you zombies and some of you are people, or?
No, it's 4v4. It's like chess. You have to think very strategically. Like if you walk into a room and there's 2 people in the room, like you're gonna die 100%. There's nothing you can do. There's no quick scoping your way out of anything. And it's incredibly brutal and gory. Like I think it's the most violent multiplayer of any probably mainstream game that I've ever seen.
Okay, interesting.
I play Smash.
I don't play that game at all.
I started playing Halo.
I need to play that game.
Maybe we should play some Halo, but I want to play it off stream. So I was gonna say, I think of asking you to
Oh
play
man,
video.
off
I think
stream. Oh man.
So the workaholic, a true workaholic would not want to play video games off stream.
This is like free money just on the floor. Why would you do that?
Because life isn't all about money.
It's like you're killing like 3 birds with 1 stone by doing that, though. No.
No. That's how workaholics think. You just think, well, I could just flip the camera on and be working at the same time. But it's not really the same. But if we just play Halo, like for fun.
And I can still play for fun on stream, though.
No, not really.
No.
I don't think so. Streaming is fun, but it's not. It's like camming. Like I like jerking off, and sometimes I like filming it, but it's not the same thing. You know?
I understand what you're saying. You're trying to get me to play games off stream. That's a monumentally tall order.
It's a big step, I know. So I haven't asked you, but I'm asking you now. I think we should play video games together off stream sometime.
That is almost never gonna happen.
I know.
Don't.
I know, because you would need to, because that's the thing is you have a button that you can push that just prints money.
Mm-hmm.
And so at little, see, you think it's at little cost to you, but I think I don't know. You said being a workaholic makes your personal relationships suffer. It's happening right now. You're demanding.
Our relationship is suffering right now.
Our relationship is suffering right now. You're rejecting my friendly request, my invitation. You're rejecting my invitation because you want thousands of people to pay us to play video games.
If you want to play video games off stream with me, your best chance is when I do my next Rust server. Sometimes I'll play that off stream because if I stream it, people will fuck with me. That's your best. That's your best shot.
All right, I'm in. We can do it on your terms, Steven. That's
Well,
fine.
are you good at like Rust? Have you ever played before? Are you good at shooters?
I'm good at video games.
Okay, you have to qualify that because I was a professional video game player. Okay, so I am good at video games. What do you mean when you say you're good at video games?
I'm pretty good at video games. I don't know. Although I'll say I haven't played with a keyboard and mouse since high school. But I feel like I could pick it back up.
Okay, maybe you could. I'm not that good at shooters.
So you want? Do I have to try out? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we'd have to try out. We'd be playing some Halo or something. See how good you are. You know?
Okay. I'm happy to try out.
Okay.
1v1 me, bro.
Yeah, we'll do it.
My friends who I play video games with would be very upset if I insisted on streaming it.
Well, I mean, they're not public features, so then, yeah.
You are not acknowledging that allowing the masses to participate and pay you drastically changes the nature of what you're doing.
It doesn't for me, but I understand what you think it might.
Okay. I accept the
Okay. I think that's why I normally end up streaming games, even if it's just single player. 'Cause it's not like I don't think it's a huge difference between playing single player games off stream versus on stream.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm afraid of becoming like you. I can see that happening. I mean, even what I just said, I was on a hike with Shaylin, and I was like, oh, we should shoot a video here. And then suddenly, I'm not hiking, I'm scouting, I'm location scouting.
Does Shaylin complain a lot about that?
Yeah.
Is it recent, or has she done that always? Or did it just start with the stream stuff?
She has generally complained, always, about the idea that if she said, hey, let's go spend a weekend in X place, take the weekend off and let's just go be together somewhere, and it's, you know, a 2-hour drive, I would be like, whoa, all right, what? No, that's too much, I can't do it. But if there was a, if I could film myself 20 feet underwater talking about pedophiles in like a cave in Thailand, I would go do it in a second. I think I just made like an Elon Musk pedo accusation of free association. Yeah. But you get what I'm saying.
That's like a really, really, really bad habit that you have to break. I do this all the time with Melina, and it's really bad. So I just left for 4 or 5 days to go and do stuff out here. But the second I get back, I'm gonna want to stream because I've taken like 4 or 5 days off of streaming.
Right.
And it's a little, yeah. But when I get back, she's gonna want to hang out and do stuff. But the issue is that I've just been not streaming for 4 or 5 days, and now when I get home, you want me to take another day off work to do stuff with you, from my perspective. But from her perspective, it's like,
You've been working.
what the
hard.
fuck? Well, no, it's not that. It's worse than that. From her perspective, it's why the fuck did you take 4 or 5 days off to go and hang out with people, do random shit, but then when you come back to me, now you have to go back to work. You can't give me any time. So that's a huge problem I have in my life.
What's the answer? What do you tell her?
Well, we argue about it a lot. It's probably the biggest problem in my relationship right now.
Usually they say women are expensive because you have to buy them stuff. But you have a money printing machine in your office that you have to turn off anytime you want to hang out.
The type of women that want you to buy them stuff, that's a garbage one. That's not the type
Well,
of
this is
relationship that I want.
this is more expensive in a way.
It's time that people
Every
want.
second you spend with her is a second you could be making money. You told me to schedule my time.
I did.
Well,
So you don't work too much because I said work can fill every hour per day, right?
yeah, so why don't you schedule your time?
So I just let work. I can give you a lot of really good advice. That doesn't mean I follow it. Sorry.
Yeah.
I can tell you so many things about how to manage relationships and all this shit, and I do sometimes. A lot of the advice I give is really good, but I don't follow all of it. I have very real problems in my life that I have a hard time dealing with.
I think you should schedule your time.
Yeah.
We have scheduled blocks of every day that we spend together.
How do you like that?
I like it. I don't stream as much as you, though.
Yeah, but you could be working on video stuff or other stuff as well.
Yes, yes, and I usually am. But it's easier to stop and start.
What do you do during your scheduled time? And are you entertained while you're doing it?
With her? You know, fight.
But like, you schedule time to just fight every day?
Well, no, we schedule time to spend together. Often we end up fighting, or we watch stuff. We eat. We go on walks. We're like a 60-year-old couple. Do you schedule time with Melina? How does it happen?
I try to,
But you blow it off.
no, I don't blow it off. If we have something scheduled, we'll do it.
Dick.
But the issue is that she's usually the one finding things to do,
Yeah.
and if she doesn't, I'll just fill all of my time with work-related stuff.
Kind of like you and me.
Yeah.
I see a pattern.
Like, if you or Melina never messaged me again, I might stay in my room and stream for 12 years. And then I'll come out and be like, wait a second, where did you go?
Yeah. I see. You should work on that.
Yeah, I think so.
I think you should schedule some time. You know?
The problem isn't the time. The problem is me being engaged during the time. Because there's so much stuff that I love doing on stream that I'm ultra engaged with. That, and we have like a really different set of interests. It's hard sometimes to schedule things. It was so much easier when we were like in the walk distance. Because I really like watching movies and we could walk the theater all the time. But with COVID and stuff not releasing, it's been way shittier. That was a really big way that I could spend time with everybody. Oh my god, I don't want to rip this conversation off in this direction too much. Just a quick question. Did you watch the new Matrix movie?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest. I was really, really, really high the first night, okay? So maybe that influenced it. But I started watching it, and when I got through the first third of the movie, I was ready to hop on Twitter because everybody shat on this movie, and I wanted to give the most contradictory take ever. Because I was like, the first third of that movie, it was actually probably one of the best things I've ever seen in my life. It was so awesomely like self-referential and comment. I thought it was so good, and then it totally fucking nosedived into shit.
I had the exact same experience. I was like, I think this is one of the best Matrix movies.
Yes. Oh my god, every line, like, I couldn't tell, and again, it might have been because I was really high, but it almost felt like the director was talking to me and challenging my expectation of the film constantly about what it was supposed to be. But then it turned into generic action garbage, and I don't know what happened.
Right.
Oh, fuck, it was so frustrating.
Yes, if it had gone from that to unforgettable, visionary, like, amazing visuals and cool moments... if it had been like, oh, you think we're just gonna make another Matrix movie, blah blah blah, and then hit like a home run of like the coolest Matrix shit you've ever seen, it would probably be the second best Matrix movie. It would have been amazing. But then it seemed like, oh, you're just doing the self-referential shit because you don't have it anymore. This is all subterfuge. This is all smoke and mirrors because you lost the magic. I heard that it's the most expensive of the Matrix movies, which was because I was like I can forgive some of this looking shitty if it's cheap, but I don't think it was cheap.
No, because CGI is really expensive. You gotta pay a lot of artists to work on that shit.
Yeah.
But
so
the stuff that mattered all looked really bad. Like, how do you have worse fight scenes 20 years later? Like, and no offense, but like, this is not Neo anymore. This is fucking John Wick. So you should be able to do, like, I truly don't know.
Yeah, because you can't say it's because Keanu Reeves is too old. He can fucking still move, like, and kick ass and shit. I mean, and Liam Neeson, like, you can make a cool action movie with a 60-year-old dude, and they just didn't. Especially with all this,
Well, look at Liam Neeson or whatever, right? Yeah. I went to sleep because I couldn't finish watching it all, but I went to sleep like I was so excited the next day. I was like, we gotta finish it. As soon as we wake up, we gotta finish that movie because I think everybody was wrong about it. I think it actually is like a gem. I think it's such. And then halfway through, I was like, oh no, it's nosediving into like a worse than generic action movie, and then it turned into utter garbage. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But okay, sorry. Yeah. Fuck. Anyway.
I just don't know how you can have a Matrix movie with no memorable visuals. That was a really bad idea.
Yeah, or at the very least, like, say what you want about the Matrix 2 and 3. I think people rag on those movies more than they should. They at least had like cool like fight scenes and shit, I guess, if you like that. But this one sucked. Everything about it, all the fight scenes were horrible. Neo's little force field thing constantly was garbage. Like, remember when the one girl was like, oh fuck, don't get me started on this, goddammit, okay? In the Matrix, the first Matrix, okay? When they have to jack in to save someone, it's Neo going to save Morpheus, okay? Yeah. And it's a huge ordeal. And it's like the coolest thing ever if you're like 9. Even if you're 25 or whatever, I'd still think it was like, that's awesome, okay? Nobody's ever done it. That's why it's gonna work, right? Yeah. In the Matrix 4, there was one part where the girl's like, jack me in, I need to save all those guys in the van. And I'm like, okay, I wonder what she's gonna do. And then when she gets jacked in, they just like have guns and they just shoot all the people off the van. I'm like, oh, you saved us. It's like, what am I even watching?
Yeah,
God, it was garbage.
The first one is like a horror movie. It's like when you're in the Matrix, the agents are like sharks, and they're coming after you, and like you're gonna fucking die if you don't immediately do everything you're supposed to do. And it was scary. Yeah. And all of that is completely gone.
Yes. I saw a YouTube video once, an essay on it's the antagonist throw or the protagonist throw, and it was interesting because they juxtaposed it with Terminator 2. So basically, there's something that I'm going to point this out. if you like watching action movies, you should mute the stream because this will ruin every action movie for you. Okay?
Okay.
So, if you're fighting somebody in real life, okay, if you can kill that person, when you get your hands on them, the last thing you're gonna do is just throw them somewhere.
Right, you're just gonna kill them. Yes.
Yeah, you're
exactly.
gonna kill them, right? Now, in Terminator 2, the scary thing about the robot guy was when he got near people, they died.
Yes, there's no fucking around.
Exactly. Same thing with the agents. If an agent is near you, you're fucked. They're gonna capture you or kill you. You're just fucked.
Right.
And they do this thing more in movies now where they just kind of like they throw you around or they shoot at you and you miss. And yeah, what you were talking about, like that drama with the agents. And honestly, I don't know if you could have done it any better than the first Matrix. The drama with the agents was just so bad, and everybody seemed kind of invulnerable, and everything was like so lame.
Yeah. When it becomes clear that the villain is going to just throw the hero around until the hero kills the villain,
shoot every shot and miss over and over again.
There's no tension. Okay, so you don't go to movies anymore.
Well, because there haven't been very many. They're starting to. Honestly,
Okay, so what do you mean when you say you're not engaged when you're hanging out with Melina?
It's just hard not to let my mind wander to things I could do that are like so much more like critically challenging, or
You need to be doing like 3 things at the same time at all times.
Yeah. Now there are some things that I can do with Melina that are a lot of fun. So like we've gone like diving before, like water related stuff is super fun. There are a few things that are really fun, but I can't go on a walk or hike. I can't do that.
What happens?
I have to do something. It just.
What happens if you don't?
I just get really bored. I'm just walking. It's
Just
really
bored?
difficult. Yeah.
How do you experience that?
I feel like I want to be doing something else. I feel like I'm wasting my time.
Do you get like mad or like anxious?
I don't get mad. Maybe anxious, I guess, if I'm like tapping my foot or something. I don't know, but it just feels like I should be doing like at least 2 other things. Like I could either be on my phone thinking, or I could do on my phone doing something like emails or Discord messages. I could be listening to a podcast. Like there's like, I don't mind going to the gym. That's like an active thing. Like I'll spend my 2 hours or hour and a half at the gym, and that's like fun.
Yeah.
For me, but...
Okay. Would you say it's fair to say that you have trouble sitting with yourself?
I can do it if I need to. Like if I have something to think about, I can do it. So I really like long drives, and I like to or if there's something that I really need to introspect on, if there's been some challenging shit, I can spend some time with myself just thinking about things.
But as
if I don't have anything like
day-to-day,
if I don't have anything purposeful to dwell on, then I hate just sitting there doing nothing. It just feels like a waste of my time.
Okay, so whatever you're saying to Melina, you also say to yourself, like, hey, if you want to have a meeting and we have something to do or something to discuss, we can hang out. But if not, I got shit to do.
Kind of, yeah, but that sounds really mean, and then it makes her feel like she's not important to me, which is shitty of me to make her feel that way. And it's not really true because she is really important to me. Yeah.
But you do the same thing to yourself.
What do you mean?
You would not just like sit and take time to be with yourself. Like if you were your own friend,
we would have to be playing games or doing something, engaging with each other, yeah, arguing or something.
Right. Do you think any of this is a problem?
Probably, but it's pretty fundamental, so.
It's such a big problem that we might as well not call it a problem.
Well, the problem is that I'm going to lose all of my relationships if I can't allocate some amount of like purposeful time to other people. So I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
That seems like a pretty big problem.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if I could change anything about you, and maybe I can, I would change being more in touch with your feelings so that you might be able to sit with them and or yourself and or Melina and or me more like, I guess, intimately.